it's so medicinal. Gets me high just thinking about it. Get even higher when the two of us are in the same room. I want a love that's horticultural, plant magical, roots deeper than the two of us, growing over every inch of us, our bodies in bloom. I want a love that's so medicinal. Guess who's back to blow your mind? But let me warn you one last time. Guess who's back to change your life? But it's not gonna be just fine. Whoa, I've got you under my spell tonight. Whoa, we're both heading to hell tonight. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Gonna light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. I have always tried to be nice. I've sat right back, I've tried to be quiet. But I can only take so much, and then I just explode. To feel it building inside me, I just need to let go. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way, okay? I'm gonna light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible
past. Son of the gun, never miss whipping bricks. I need more bags, more gas. No one can stop me but me. Too bad. All fire, rewired. Go higher, go harder. New model.
About it all, you'll see it. Stars across the night of a shadow. Ain't no more time to be it.
I'll take anything you throw at me. You can't take me down. I'll go higher. Our future is now. World's on fire. Light it up all night over. Singing me on the shore. You can't take me down. I'll go higher. You can't take me down. You can't take me down. No one can even come close, nah. Counting up money, collecting bodies like Tata. Picture you trying to catch it to me like ha ha. Better stop playing with your one life you got,
About it all, you'll see it. Stars across the night of a shadow. Ain't no more time to be it.
I'll take anything you throw at me. You can't take me down. I'll go higher. Our future is now. World's on fire. Light it up all night over. Singing me on the shore. You can't take No one can even come close, nah. Counting up money, collecting bodies like Tada. Picture you trying to catch it to me like ha ha. Better stop playing with your one life you got, Everybody know you'll see it. Stars across the night, I will show the way. Leaving more time to beat it. I'll take anything you throw. You can't take me down. I'll go higher. Our future is now. Homes on fire. Set it all night over. See you me on my shore. You can't take me to the wicked game. Don't you know there's a price to pay? Eye for an eye. I see your darkest dreams, 'cause they're no longer make-believe. You ain't met someone quite like me, the kill of the night. I hear voices screaming in my head. They start
update is required.
Financial system updating.
System updated.
We will dance to get.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
The greatest players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my god, forward by 9!
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Rocked at will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Genji! They are just going to ace them!
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Genji, the EWC winners!
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Locking down the Drake is now Doran. Decent position, double
Break
circle.
down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in. Bishop flashes in, and down goes Knight.
So slow.
I told you I was done with basic browsers. Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
Every moment of your journey, crystal clear. Landscapes, absolutely stunning. Close-ups, sharp and full of vibe. Group shots, packed with detail. Zoom in on one face, still flawless. Colors so real, every scene, every smile, unforgettable. Oppo, Find X9 series, Hasselblad telephoto, zoom into detail.
Red Bull gives you wings.
When I was a player, if I was to make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
I got this old thing and the bill from the store where I got it. Figured you could beat it with a better deal on one of these big boys.
It doesn't work that way.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
You don't know that?
To Worlds 2025 in a beautiful Mercedes-Benz arena as Top Esports is taking on GG Esports in our third quarter final. What a matchup we have. I'm looking to see, do they look relaxed? Boys, you need to be relaxed. You need to be locked in. You need to be ready to do this, and perhaps Caps is feeling that way indeed. My name is Shox, and I'm joined here at the desk by Dagda.
You sure about that?
Yes, I'm actually sure. With Dagda, Chronicler, and Azael. Listen, it feels like this is one of the first quarterfinals where I feel it could go either way, and I don't have that much certainty about what the script might be.
I mean, I thought that yesterday, to be perfectly honest. I thought it would be a little bit closer, but coming in G2 versus Top Esports, I could not be more excited.
You really can get away with every single prediction you can think of in this series, because there is evidence either towards some of the mental today versus some of the gameplay we've seen thus far. It's going to be a banger.
It's going to be a good one.
I'm so excited, and I'm even more excited about the fact that we're celebrating 15 years of Worlds, and Riot is posting a bracket of all the most memorable moments. And the next round, we have Uzi's Vayne flank versus Huni's Quadra kill.
Yeah, with audio went weird again. I told
There's a stun Unites have been used very early. Uzi is coming in from the backside. Surprise! Here comes the Vayne. Kill for White. Sun's not going to escape this one. They focus down Uzi, but look at him. He's still alive. He's still surviving. He stays alive. Ace for Royal.
You're going to see the work for ganks right now as Rainover comes across to the mid lane. There's that other point of this one. It's isosceles because here comes the gank for the top lane as well as the mid lane there. And Rookie losing all of his health, and there it comes in. But at the same time, a fight in the bottom side. Ulti used on the Kitties keep alive. Reckless tries to zone the team out. There's Annie so low, but there come the teleports. Huni has arrived, and holy crap! Everyone's dying in this fight. Reckless goes down. Zatai gets a bunch back, but Huni, the double, the triple kill, the quadra kill.
Should advance the Uni Quadra kill just because of the cast, honestly. But I think it lost to Uzi's Vayne flank in this bracket.
I can't believe they did my boy Huni like that.
I can't believe they did my boy Freak like that.
I'm really glad they did Uzi like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think still Faker's Azir Shuffle versus the Varus Flash at a ruler. It's written in the stars, so we'll see as the Legacies of the Rift will update throughout the tournament. But let's talk about our matchup today. And let's first, Rob, talk about the fact that we have a knockout stage bracket for the first time in 5 years with G2 in it.
It's so insane! The boys are back! It's been a long old drought for the LEC, but finally we have made it back to the playoff stage.
Finally, the West is back. We are here once again. So excited to cheer for my Western team.
G2 did. You know what? I'll take it because you're on my desk today. There we go. But let's kick it over also to G2's Romain, who's standing by with Laura in the Verizon Game Day interview.
Romain, thank you for joining me ahead of today's game. How did you guys get ready for today and for the week? And also tell me about the draw reaction, because from what I understood, TES and you guys were happy to draw each other?
100%. I think G2 was really happy to draw TES. TES was really happy to draw G2. We are all dodging Genji so far, so we are chilling on our side of the bracket. So we're really excited for it. The prep has mostly been focused on chilling, actually, because I really believe Worlds is about not tilting because at the end of the year for a lot of teams, and then things can get a bit tricky. You get sick, you get mad at one another and stuff. So most of our focus has been to chill and play League of Legends.
All right. Talking about what you guys have been able to achieve, G2 is at his best when, of course, all the players are connected and clicking together, which implies that Skumon and Lebrov needs to be locked in. How do you make sure as a manager, and especially with the coaching staff, that this happens today?
We make sure they talk to one another, both in-game and outside of the game, to build up this connection. And it's been a 9-month process. So I think it's ready. We're going to see today.
Any advice you give your players before stepping onto the stage? Because making it to quarterfinals, we broke the curse, that's good, but it doesn't end here.
Of course not. The end is in 11 days, I think, whatever happens, either we make it or not. The focus is on having fun right now. That's the furthest this team has ever been for the last 4 years. So every step of the journey is an adventure. Let's be grateful about it and enjoy it.
All right. I hope both teams have fun. A bit more for you, though. Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Shox, over to you.
I agree. I think one team should have a little more fun than the other. Well, talking to Romain, he also says a focus on kind of making sure he can play the whole year out and that it is an adventure, because we got to remember they are standing in the quarterfinals, but a player like Skumon, right? He had 1 year from home, then 1 year in a gaming house, and now he's at the World Championship. I even heard that because of the schedules, they all had to get their rings already sized just in case, every single team. And I think that is very probably overwhelming and a big moment for that jungler.
And it really is, I think, telling as well that they've made it, because I was coming into MSI obviously very curious to see what G2 was going to be able to do. And I think for me, both Skumon and LeBron at that tournament really weren't able to bring the level that we've seen and kind of have come to expect of any G2 member. And thus far, the fact that they made it to quarters alone is a big sign that things are looking on the up and up.
And they were the two that needed to step up. G2 changed their roster, got rid of high names in the league like Yike and Mickey to make this change and hope that it would bring them to the quarterfinals. Now they're here, and that bet is finally starting to pay off. It took them a couple of splits, but I want to show you as we get into this how this team is starting to rally around this squad. And we got this clip from the Game 1 versus MKOI here at Worlds. And I want you to watch how this team sets up this play to enable Skumon for this invade. So initially Caps gets that ward down in the jungle, but I want you to keep your eyes on then how they follow up on this. So immediately LeBron is going to start to shift over towards this mid lane and burn the flash on Jojo as they start to move forward throughout this. And what this is going to enable then is to have more pressure on this mid lane so Caps can continue this push. After that, we get this invade that comes through. LeBron is going to shift from here down into the bottom side, and they're going to start to set up a bunch of vision in these bushes as they start to move through. And then after that, once they were able to spot exactly what MKOI is doing, they understand, hang on a second, we can set up these plays. Lebrovs moves down and begins to shove out this wave immediately with Hans Sama and brings Hans Sama along for the ride as they start to meet up with Skumon and Caps. So now they've got this push out that's going on in the mid lane, there's a shove on the bottom side, and they're going to be able to go for the invade in towards this jungle area. And this is where they're able to make the picks, but crucially, because Jojo had that flash burned earlier, Caps is able to keep him out of the play. They're able to continue pushing this forward, and they're able to move in and get this really early skirmish that goes well for them, shuts down the engine of MKOI and Elyoya, and then starts to set up Skumon for success. And this is the vital part of this teamwork, this cohesion that has been working towards the end of the summer, and now we're seeing come together on the world stage.
And I mean, we're going to have to see them playing, at this kind of level with that kind of cohesiveness, because TES is such an insane early game, and that early game is led by Kanavi. To me, he's the best early game jungler in the world. This guy has been insane for the entire year, and at the World Championship, he's leading everyone in first blood percentage. He's always finding creative gank angles, and when you pair that with a team that has really dominant lanes, really powerful early game, you can accelerate them to a point where you just don't get to come back. So we need to make sure that Skumon, is tracking Kanavi. Even if you're not going to be as active, you have to at least be defending your lanes and covering them.
I've seen Kanavi also described as your favorite jungler's favorite jungler. He has been named by Canyon, by Pioshik, by Tarzan as a big inspiration, as someone that's always looking for a new creative angle and to push the meta forward.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult for Skumon, but this is the things that they are getting ready for. And if it was easy, then it wouldn't be a world championship, right? When we talk about TES as well, this man on your screen here, Jackie Love, who of course is a world champion, and we always equate his name with IG. But Top Esports is actually where he was brought in to get those big results.
Yeah, it's been his home for 5 years now, and he's been brought along. The team has been built around him to try and find the success, and we've seen multiple names go through this organization, but unfortunately, when it comes towards how they've been able to perform, it hasn't quite been there. But Jackie Love has been spectacular in setting them up for success. We saw his quirky play earlier on this tournament as well, and this is going to be the focal point. If Kanavi can get Jackie Love ahead in these early stages, he is a man who can carry.
It's true. He has some special history, of course, from 2018 with Caps, Azael, and I'm sure that's playing perhaps on both minds. Jackie Love saying, I got the ace on you, and Caps saying, revenge today.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I do think Caps, likewise, for G2, is always the cornerstone of their success, right? This guy has been dominating EU, dominating on the international stage for so many years, and he has so much experience, and a lot of the creativity that he can bring to the table, I think, is such a big part of G2's success.
Absolutely, but talking about Jackie Love, we will of course be looking at the bot lane as well. Jackie Love versus Hans Sama in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
Today, in the featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, two elite marksmen meet again. Europe's Hans Sama versus China's Jackie Love. For Hans, this is a chance to prove that G2's creativity and chemistry still shine. After finally escaping the Swiss stage, G2 now face an opponent they've beaten before. A team that still remembers MSI 2024, when Hans and Mickey X dismantled Jackie and Mako in pure 2v2 dominance.
Immediate flash to forward from Hans Sommer. This first blood! This is a double kill for
But in 2025, the stage has changed. Mickey X and Mako are gone. Lebrov and Hung step in. Can these new duos shift the balance? For Jackie Love, the beating heart of top esports, this is redemption. TES fell 0-3 to T1 last year, haunted by inconsistency. Yet their ceiling has never been higher.
TES is a long list of teams that they have taken down. T1 at Worlds are titans, and they move on to the semifinals.
Will Hansama's precision keep G2's miracle run alive? Or will Jackie Love reignite TES and claim long-awaited revenge?
Yes, revenge in equal measure for a couple of players on the Rift today, but we got to talk about the elephant in the room, and it is TES and the results that they haven't been able to get at many of these international tournaments. For Stand also this year, famously MSI 2023 when they did lose to G2, and I think we talk about it a lot, but specifically being a Chinese team playing in a Chinese arena chronicler, it is one of the hardest things to do.
And there's so much that comes together here as well, because for a player like Jackie Love, who's already reached the highest that so many players literally built their entire life towards and still keep the level of performance is insane to me. And when it comes to TS, there's some here where you can go, okay, they lost to the eventual winner, but there's also matches like against G2 where that defense doesn't hold.
Here we see, of course, Rob, also how the international history has gone for G2 and why we were so happy to see them finally qualify for
your eyes go to 2018, 2019, 2020, where we made finals in 2019. You look towards making that semi-finals and those quarterfinals, and finally for Europe, finding ourselves back at this stage. It feels like where, at least for Caps, he feels he belongs.
And I mean, it's just crazy to realize this is the first time in G2's history they've made quarterfinals without Perks, Jankos, and Wonder, all three on their team. It's been a while. It's 5 years since Caps has been back to the quarterfinals, which is crazy because you're so used to him being, you know, perennial finalist or semi-finalist.
I think that's also a reason why we've seen that they do cheer for him also here in China. He has a lot of fans because of that run, but for a competitor, that's not enough. You want to keep doing it. And let's see how our fans have voted today at MasterCard GG on X. You can vote every single day if there is a game. And let's see if they have a little bit more faith in the EU brethren. Yes,
let's go.
With 65.3%. Love to see it. So let's get into our predictions. There are so many storylines. There are so many motivations going in here. So Azael, do you want to kick us off with
Sure. I am favoring TES, but that being said, I definitely do think G2 can win. To me, if G2 wins, it's through intelligent drafting, because I've really liked all their drafts when I look against FlyQuest, when I look against BLG. But I do think TES has really strong early games, and I'm concerned that G2 won't be able to contain Kanavi, and they're going to get too far ahead.
For me, I also am going to put my trust in TES. If KT can cast off the shackles of the curses of their past, this time will be different, I'm telling you. They've been working on their mental, and this time they're going to make it to semis.
Nah, it's a new time for G2. I am ready. The last time these two teams faced off in a best of 5, G2 kicked Top Esports to curb 3-0, and I think Top Esports, they do look good, so I'll give them one game. It'll be a 3-1 G2.
I gotta say, for all the trust that I have in Caps, it's just been so long, and I think with the new players on this roster, specifically Skewman and Lebrov, I don't know if I can give them the benefit of the doubt, but answer me a question. What happened when G2 got to knockouts in 2018?
Semifinals.
Semifinals beat RNG. What happened when G2 went to the quarterfinals in 2019?
They always make it out of quarterfinals.
Beat that one. And in 2020, G2 beat Genji 3-0 to get to those quarterfinals. So 3-1 G2. That is what I have in my head as an EU fan, but I know it's going to be so difficult. But the pressure is also on Top Esports as they look to make that run in front of their home crowd.
Back in 2017, when I reached quarterfinals, I remember that the feeling was a bit unreal. We ended up going against SKT, and SKT back then was just so strong.
98% of all pick'ems have SKT taking the win and heading to the semifinals.
No one expected us to take a single game out of them in this best of 5. But we proved that we could take 1 game, 2 games.
To accomplish what no team has done before as they take SKT to game point.
I remembered all the times I've tried.
Worked out. Unfortunately, it means 0-6 for TSM. The last vestige of the LEC.
Year after year, to finally now be in the top 8. After so many ups and downs, I finally did it.
黄金之路曾徐徐铺开，如今只能忆遥遥往事。
顾之前的成绩的话，我很接近那个荣誉吧。23年我们差一点就能拿下所有冠军吧，然后24年8强。 那些都过去了，然后现在我更想专注到现在吧。
我很荣幸大家因为之前成绩而记住我。上一次夺冠已经很久了，所以我会珍惜每一次有机会去夺冠的时候。
而他们的人生曾系于一刻。 Jackie Love 加冕称王 ，Caps 抱憾离场。自此，逐梦之旅始终多遇坎坷，但当荣光化作前尘，青云之志定会昂扬。
Caps， 我第一次遇到你是我第一次进世界赛的时候，你是一个非常厉害的选手。但是这一次我会带你重温18年的记忆。这次也没什么不一样，我们会阻止你们。
Jackie Love, you can keep 2018. I'll take 2025.
G2, TES, defy your past and earn your legacy.
全球的英雄联盟粉丝们，大家好，欢迎来到上海梅赛德斯奔驰文化中心，一起见证2025全球总决赛8强赛。今晚我们将共同见证 LPL 赛区与 LEC 赛区的巅峰对决。上海，让我们用热烈的欢呼迎接今晚的2支战队 G2 以及 TES。
Welcome everyone to this quarterfinal matchup between Top Esports and G2, a rematch of 2024 MSI. I'm Dracos, joined alongside Vedius and Kobe for what will no doubt be an absolute banger. For who, it is impossible to say, but thrilling, it certainly will be.
I'm hoping we get an exciting series today.
Top Esports coming in as the favorites after already getting the better of G2 through the Swiss stage. But both teams have faced their struggles to get here, and now as they face in this MSI rematch, one will move forward to the semifinals, whereas the other will go home.
And so much pressure on both of these teams. It's been so long since Europe has been back here in quarterfinals. And for Top Esports, after having to do the team kill with BLG and vanquishing their fellow LPL team, it is even more pressure on their shoulders to do well here in China at Worlds.
Absolutely. The LPL doesn't have the luxury that the LCK has where all 4 seeds are moving through. So if you are going to team kill, you absolutely have to deliver. And for Top Esports, a team who is notorious for not being able to thrive under that kind of pressure, this is a tough scenario to be in front of your own fans, the fans who were there for you during the LPL, during the season, now here on this international stage. Look, we know what the ceiling is for Top, but we've always known what the ceiling is. The question is, will we see it today?
I mean, the pressure is not that much different for the side of G2. The final hope of Europe, the first time that we've gotten out of the Swiss stage. It's been a while since we've seen a team from Europe represent in the quarterfinals, and everyone has put all of their hope and expectations on this team's shoulders.
And for North America, the West. The West.
Right? You're welcome. Honestly,
for me as well, buddy.
I really like it.
Broken Blade hasn't forgotten his NA days.
Exactly. We trained him up, you know? I'm very much as well looking forward to the draft phase here between these two teams. G2, it has been said so many times, but I really do feel like they're at their best when they're being very creative. And we've got little tastes of that so far from them, even here at Worlds, you know, with the Anivia, with the LeBlanc coming out very early for several teams. And now that we're in full best of 5 Fearless, you really get to flex all of those different muscles.
The Poppy ban already come through, a champion that over the years has become synonymous with G2. In Game 1, Top Esports do not want to allow that through the draft. G2 seeing many of the red side bans. Remember that they opted into red side. They want that counter pick option. Whether it's for Caps or Broken Blade is yet to be determined, but that mid lane menace in Caps has been showing LeBlanc, Anivia, all sorts of crazy picks that we'll see if TES are prepared for.
And G2, they have to choose between Orianna, Azir, leaving them both up for the trade, but then also Qiyana to ban against Kanavi. That is, he's undefeated on that champion in his career, and it gets banned against him very frequently. Of course, Kanavi is very dangerous on quite a few jungle champions, but quite the decision here for the last ban for G2. They opt to leave both the Ori and the Azir up for the trade.
Rumble going to be the final ban. You highlighted it. The conventional mid lane options, Orianna, Azir, things like the Qiyana also available. TES don't need to rush into it, but might show their hand early. Again, might have the preference towards the Orianna. Of course, Cream last year it was kind of AD mids and the Azir, but since then has evolved a lot as a player, much more comfortable on the control mages than he was in 2024.
I mean, the other thing to think about is, does G2 even want to make the trade happen? We know that Caps is a phenomenal Azir player. His pressure in the side lane is, oh, hang on, the Wukong shift. I like this adaptation. We've seen Wukong be such a priority around the world, and Top Esports is saying, well, Cream has become an excellent Azir player. He's very comfortable on the champion. So if you want to take the Orianna, we're very fine with that. The risk that Top Esports run into, now G2 can look for the Orianna-Jarvan combo that we know is so proficient here at Worlds.
Yeah, highly probable here for the G2 side. Game number 1 of these best of 5s is usually very straightforward as far as the drafts do drop, but they could always throw a little bit of a wrinkle in here.
And remember that while this does feel like a certain degree of clean slate, Top have already beaten G2 once this tournament, and G2 were a bit out of sorts in the draft phase. We're on blue side that time around.
Invisible in that game
they were, and I think that most fans are giving them the optimism that they will just reset here, but do need to see a draft that sets them up for some more proactive lanes, some more proactive opportunities, and they're doing it already. They've got a Corki, a champion who could be very oppressive in the early stages of the game, incredible one-item and power spec, and then Orianna, who is, of course, at the top of the tier list for a good reason.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest criticism of their previous draft was just that they had no agency in the early game. That Top Esports had 3 pushing lanes, Kanavi really abused that, and he was able to build a huge early game advantage that G2 really couldn't respond to. This time around, G2 trying to get more lane priority, but Cream going back to a comfort pick of his own. You mentioned how he's been known as a melee player throughout his career, bringing out the Akali as an answer to Caps Orianna.
Yeah, and Akali can put tremendous pressure in the mid and late game in the side lanes versus Orianna. You know, TES here, they're kind of thinking that G2 are going to play a ball comp. Not only do they have Orianna, but it is going to be one of those straightforward 5-on-5s. And so then if you can split them into the side lanes and get Akali some isolated lane matchup there, could be very beneficial. Xin Zhao and Jarvan, kind of the 2 other premier jungles still up. And if you take Xin early on in game number 1 of the Fearless, then that is going to help.
I think holding their jungler until 3rd pick was good adaptation from G2 simply due to the possibility of this Akali. I think Akali has a great time versus Jarvan because of how easily she can navigate around his CC, but Zin's ulti just adds that extra wrinkle that she has to take into consideration. So as long as Skumon doesn't apply that passive, he can potentially knock her out of that shroud. But right now, G2 really needs some more CC to lock down this Akali because Top Esports have a huge amount of backline threat simply from their Wukong and Akali combo.
Yeah, Hans may struggle to survive in the context of this game. See what TES want to take away. G2 already limiting the Neeko, don't want to give a potential winning bot lane 2v2. Neeko kind of the ideal champion. She gives you so much engage. She also allows you to get that pushing lane in so many circumstances. Makes it an easy ban here in the 2nd phase. Alistar, of course, a comfort pick for Lebrov and a solid champion in the context of this draft, so TES will take it away.
Yeah, because we're definitely thinking Hung is going to go like, you know, some sort of Alistar, Rakan, Rel, you know, Nautilus, some sort of engage here, some sort of point and click maybe even to make it a little bit easier. They banned the Alistar themselves because it does have those disengage properties, but you know, as we see, they are filling in the other options.
I think Top Esports should really consider a Rel ban. Domestically, Lebrov has played so much of the champion, and I think it makes a lot of sense into this combination of Akali and Varus. It would give you nice dive, good follow-up alongside the Xin, and also it acts as an effective ball delivery system as well, which already we can start to see mount with the Xin already on the side of Skumon. Top Esports, though, still contemplating the Bard going to be the target. Lebrov not having the most impressive Bard performance, but they're still cautious of dealing with it because of how effective it can be, moving around the map and also locking down a Varus.
Yeah, and also the defensive Bard ultimates, you know, can be very problematic for Wukong Akali. So I do like it as a comp ban as well.
Don't be baited by this.
Don't be baited. That is 1 Varus ult or Akali E into immediate death. Not that he wouldn't pick it, just that I'm kind of hoping he doesn't.
I just kind of like the shout-outs to like the heyday of G2. You know, the most epic G2 roster known for Pyke in every single
That was
lane.
actually rude of me. That could have been Broken Blade's Pyke. You're right. I forgot to consider that. You're right. Good shout, Kobe. Of course, Braum going to come in. The very safe Cassante blind. Again, looking back at the match we saw last time, it was a lane swap. We really didn't get to see a lot of 369 versus Broken Blade. But when we saw them in MSI in 2024, it wasn't the center of attention. So very likely to be that topside island.
And I actually really do like the Braum for TES, even though you're usually thinking, oh, you want like straightforward engage. They already have very good engage, Varus Ultimate, Wukong, and even Mbessa now as well. And we saw how effective Peter was yesterday with just Blast Cone Braum to be able to find engages. But it really does add so much more structure to your team fight and a lot more safety for the Varus.
G2 right now, they're just looking for a little bit more engage, and there was that Rel that we were talking about. Not only is it a huge comfort pick for Lebrov, but it synergizes nicely with the composition. And G2 gone for a very traditional front-to-back style of composition, whereas Top Esports have a little bit more dive. And Mbessa, Wukong, Akali, as you were talking about, so much backline threat. To me, you look at this draft and I'm thinking, Caps, they put a target on your head and they're looking to take you out of this game.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen this kind of strategy a lot at Worlds. It's been Orianna, super premier pick, and then enemy teams trying to punish the weakness of Ori, having no flash, having no dash. If you're unable to do that, though, and we've seen a lot of like tanky Orianna builds as well, be able to survive it, you can outplay some of these dive comps. This looks very good for TS, though, I have to say. And Lethality Varus has actually had a lot of success despite the nerfs that were laid onto it. So very well could be the option here.
And the two big questions coming into this series were the level of TES. Would we see the best of their players? We're going to have to wait to find the answer to that one. But also the creativity of G2. And in Game 1, we're not really seeing that creativity. It's safe, it's standard, you know why they're picking it, but they're not leveraging the same innovative picks that they have in the past, which means they're going to need to beat Top Esports at a very honest, straight-up, pretty classic draft.
And honestly, in Fearless, in this new world that we have with best of fives having more time, I think even if you are a creative team, you are incentivized in game number 1 to not pick creatively so that you can fearlessly ban out a lot of these power picks, and they will still have plenty of time in this series to show that. And I definitely look forward to it.
It's time. Game 1, Top Esports versus G2. One of 2 remaining LPL teams in the tournament up against the last LEC team.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Oh, the passion in this stadium. You can feel it with the crowd.
I feel like there's a decent amount of G2 support in the arena as well, but the home crowd favorites definitely coming in for Top Esports as early game. G2 fishing for a little bit of information. Kanavi going to be looking to do the exact same thing on the top side of the map. Ward going to be dropped from Cream, which will naturally be spotted out as 369 goes for a bit of a trade onto Broken Blades, but nothing too crazy for the time being. Look at the ward placement that we're getting from the Brov on the bottom lane here. I wonder if this is anticipation of any potential swaps. They've got the ping down onto Varus. They know he's on the bot side. Hansama and Lebrov threatening a pick.
Need to be careful.
They see both.
Braum level 1 is quite powerful. Looks like they're just going to settle for a bit of poke. Not quite traded back. Winner's Bite will hit, but the piercing arrow goes a tiny bit wide, so neither side getting a greater advantage here. Important to know Jackie Love does have the teleport to Hansama's cleanse.
And you can tell TES actually read that because of the way this level 1 was played and the Corky Q coming straight out of the Tri-Brush there. They immediately spammed that ward with a bunch of blue pings, knowing that they had vision of the Varus, and that's how you got that little chunk. So they are looking at these trinket ward timers for bottom lane. It's one of the really intricate parts of the early game, especially important for super good early game junglers, is tracking all of these trinket ward timers and seeing when and where you can actually find a hole to gank one of these lanes.
Congratulations as well over to Caps, 200 international games, second player to accomplish it. That does surprise me.
It surprises me as well, I'm going to be honest.
I wasn't expecting him to be the second, but what a tenured career. He's considered the GOAT of Europe for a reason. As
Honestly, you get all the West, you get us too.
Well, we might have just cursed it. A Scream has already flashed forward, a 5-point strike, getting a flash back out of Caps. And gentlemen, you said it in draft. How does the Orianna survive without flash? Well, we're going to find out.
And that is so much value. I mean, Wukong just passing from bottom side camps up to top side camps. This champ doesn't even bring CC early on into the game, but gets a flash out of the Orianna. Really efficient, use there. Of course, yes, Akali did flash as well, but Akali has so much more safety than Orianna. That's why it's kind of highlighted.
Absolutely does. And this Orianna, a matchup that typically has so much lane pressure, now has to just be a little bit more hesitant to exert that pressure in the matchup. Meanwhile, on the bot side of the map, Jackie Love and Hung had some really nice trades, forcing Hansama back very early. He will grab his tier, but you can already start to see a little bit of a lead starting to build in Jackie Love's favor. And on the top side of the map, 369 getting some good trades of his own. So kind of across the board, TES finding advantages.
And this is what the desk highlighted, right? The fear that TES might be able to run G2 over in the early game. Now, they're not gone yet, but again, when we look at the historical head-to-head, when we look at MSI specifically, G2 were in the driver's seat for almost all of those early games. Today, a very different story.
We'll see how things develop as Top Esports now threatening a dive into top lane.
Broken Blade waiting. Pathmaker going to be an important ability here. Nice bit of footwork for extra shielding. Really taking his time. 369 might be happy with just getting the plate. Kanavi has already backed away. Doesn't want to overcommit.
This is very reminiscent of their first game of this tournament. We saw Top Esports with great pressure in the early game. Kanavi set his sights onto Broken Blade, and while he was working with his bot lane in that previous game, right now he's working with 369 to cover and threaten a dive. Top Esports already building up a very small but early gold lead.
Yeah, plus when you go position for a top lane dive like that, you can leave wards behind. And they are going to have full information on the reclears. Both junglers, though, of course, know the respawn orientation of the opponent's camps. So both of them will just do Krugs through re-clears and end up on opposite sides once again.
It's a great call out though, because you can see Jackie Love is permanently pushed up on the bottom side, had the power of the TP, had the favorable 2v2, and the second that he sees Skewmon, he knows he can stick around. He can play as far forward as he wants to. Meanwhile on the top side, Broken Blade does TP back to lane with the Chain Vest. Loses a little bit in the process, but not hurting too much. Still a 300 gold lead this early may be tough to contend with. Of course, he's still catching waves, so it'll likely even out a bit.
And we have a little bit of the support roam timer there for Lebrov around mid lane, trying to get some extra safety. Again, make it easier for Caps to use that early laning prowess of Orianna. And Kanavi's going to take the opportunity after just his bottom side camps to quickly start up the Dragon with their bot side push.
Jackie Love is just getting the better of Hansama in this bot lane 2 versus 2. Remember, an early base comes through from Hansama. Jackie Love goes for a bunch of fights, then he goes back and he TPs early, coming back to lane, and he keeps up the pressure. He's built up a very nice lead in the bot lane 2 versus 2, and the pressure he has resulted in...
Broken Blade, nice timing on the level 6. Debating if he wants to commit further. Does use the all-out, but Pathmaker just going to use it to escape. Now needs to push this wave in, because once 369 takes over, he can just turn this right back around.
Yep, ultimate 4 flash here, trade to try and set up the next play. Again, looking at the junglers to get their level 6s incoming as well. Since you do stop off for Dragon, and it takes quite a bit of time in the early game, Kanavi now still has to clear up his topside camps, whereas Skewmon does a little time to work with, and so he can get the bot side crab, and that might help out G2's bottom lane. Again, the poke Varus, the lane, very strong, and then looking to just add the execution, little bits of damage from the long range, and the way that these team fights are going to go later for them with all the divers that TES do have. If you just have a little bit of extra execution damage over the top, can make a world of a difference.
Definitely can. Now we turn our attention toward the mid lane. Kanavi still level 5. Looks like it will just be a reset, hovering in case there was a counter gank opportunity. We've crested the level 6 mark for both mid laners, and this is where Caps needs to be careful. The window on this flash being down is very small. TES may try to capitalize, but we know post level 6 is where Akali really starts to take over.
But ultimately, from Cream's perspective, the kind of battle has already been won, because in a lane that's supposed to be very oppressive has now been much easier for him. Cream is dead even in terms of farm. He's not really lost any XP, and when a wave gets frozen like this underneath the tower, he feels confident to stead up because Caps can't be as aggressive as he would like to. So even if they don't convert it into a kill, Cream is very happy with how this early game has gone. And I imagine that soon he's going to be working towards that Hextech alternator, and that component is so valuable in the trade just because it gives you so much skirmishing power in the 1v1.
And across the board, TES really getting so much out of this early laning phase. The Braum into the Rel has been working out fantastically for them, resulting in these early objectives. Now we see the reset from G2, Hansama being assigned at the top side of the map, eyes on the grub spawn, 12 seconds away. Neither side has complete control of the top lane, so it may be a little bit delayed, but clearly both teams aware of where they need to be.
Yeah, I mean, after the swap too, 369 looking very, very good up there. Yeah, he doesn't have flash, but pretty good CS lead for himself, resulting in one of the big discrepancies. Broken Blade now going to pick up some of the bottom wave, but the grubs are up, and the junglers are ready to fight over them. Level 6s have been acquired. Teleport out for Rel as well does mean that we have the possibilities for contesting at least a couple of them.
One grub already down. Kanavi, though, uses his smite, so may opt to just back away. Caps has access to the TP shortly, but is slightly delayed. Cream also resetting, so it seems like neither side wants to full-on fist fight. Just hoping that they can move in, leverage their pressure, rather than needing to go all in.
G2 have to be very careful. Burst damage from Akali right now is huge. Akali plus Wukong.
Cream on the way in, Unbreakable coming in for Hong. Skewmon going a little bit wide, and Winds become Lightning, and G2 pulling back as a 4-stack. That's 1-to-1 in terms of overall grubs. TES will grab the 2 grub buff. G2, again, didn't want to push their luck. Have to be so careful fighting into that Braum, fighting into that level 6 Wukong.
Yeah, and especially like, I feel like difference in mid laners when you're both coming back from base, and then one of them, you know, has a bunch of mana items, and the other one has, you know, Dark Seal and the alternator that we're talking about, and has perfect execution available. Very, very scary as far as the immediate impact. Of course, Orianna scales really nicely.
Yeah.
But if you're going the scaling build with Rod of Ages as well as Seraphs, then have to cede a little bit of the early.
So our observer's just highlighting what's happening on the top side of the map, and I have so many concerns for Hansama. He just lost like half a wave, if not the whole wave, as he tried to contest that control wards, and he's also losing a bunch of farm off the back of it. He did swap to the top side where he also lost a bunch of farm, and we already talked about how Jackulov has kind of been getting the better of him in the trades on the bot side of the map, but that is a full level difference. There is about 3 waves between the two of them, and Jackulov has basically a kill of an advantage over his lane opponent. And remember, this Lethality Virus will spike earlier than the Corki will. That Trinity Force will come online a little bit later than some of these early lethality items just because of their lower cost, which means the top esports, similar to what the desk was saying, should have that early game agency. Their one-item spikes are very scary, and G2 will have to play around that if they want to contest these other neutrals that will be spawning soon.
And I think the other big concern you have is when you look at the scaling threat of both junglers, you brought up the Trinity Force and the Wukong, we know Xin can be this highly impactful pick. And sure, Jackulov is going to struggle when the Crescent Guard is up, but Skewmon hasn't been able to find a great angle to build advantages for these lanes. He has a small advantage for himself, but it did come at the cost of conceding that Drake. And now his lanes, they're not done yet, but they're looking like they're in a tough spot.
Yeah, I think both of these G2 carries have to be very cognizant of their positioning, approaching objectives. TES, if there's one angle approaching the team fight that is left in darkness, they could get a massive flank off and immediately delete one of these G2 carries. So have to be very, very cautious in how you're approaching and try and keep the threats in front.
Look at these lane assignments from top esports. They've got 369. Ooh, getting engaged on.
Immediate ulti. Public execution not going to take 369 out to safety. The ignite ticking down, but he's got more than enough shielding just to walk away. Ulti for ulti, but they get the flash from 369. Traded for Lebrov's is TES. See an opportunity bot side. G2 stepping too far forward. Q flash from goes completely wide, but it doesn't matter. The concussive blows connecting in the end, and it's first blood for Jackulov.
G2 tried to find a pick onto 369, but top esports converted into a collapse of their own. I was just about to highlight how these lane assignments from top esports made it so easy for them to collapse on this dragon. G2 don't respect it, and it becomes a very easy first blood for top.
Yeah, I mean, there are double control wards here for TES through the Tri-Brush and through the Pixel Brush in River. And so they make the good call. Yeah, we'll just leave Dragon and get the kill instead, increasing the gold lead because they know they can still reset and then return to the objective.
G2, of course, see a window of opportunity where Jackulov maybe didn't do his due diligence, but his teammates are still there to cover him as 369 goes all in on the mid lane. No public execution, so Caps is doing all right, but unfortunately for him, TES are rotating just a variety of people through that mid lane, and they're all getting pushed.
Yeah, that wasn't a public execution, but it was a public beating where he just beat like 400
He got flogged, yeah, that's rough.
That was some good punches there from 369. Chunks Caps down below 50% and earns the objective pretty effortlessly.
And it feels like a repeat of what we saw in the first game of Swiss. Top esports finding these early leads, G2 not really having many options to trade back elsewhere on the map, and top esports are playing with these advantages very, very well. They've accrued a 1k gold lead, they have full control over the early objectives. They're trying to make a play on a Jackulov, but he's not afraid of anything.
Entering strike goes wide, but the ulti from Bars does not. Immediate TP in. LeBron about to get one shot. Jackulov happy to have a second kill. Hung gonna make sure he donates. No, they donated to Cream, who contributed nothing, but will get all the cash.
I mean, I think honestly it's worth. You get your 2 stacks Dark Seal, and you get more money on this Akali that you want to have burst damage. So, you know, good shot, Hung. I would give it a Cream too.
I mean, once he pressed TP, they were like, you came all this way.
Yeah.
We may as well give you a parting gift.
Exactly. Then he's more likely to come down to next time. See?
I just say I'm
Absolutely.
concerned for G2 when we're referring to their support as a party favor for the enemy mid lane. That is not an ideal situation to be in.
But top esports with full control over this early game right now. And again, it really is just reminiscent of what we saw in their first matchup, especially when you look at the itemization. Going for Rod of Ages, Tia Orianna means that you will not have damage for a while. G2 need to stem the bleeding as much as possible and wait for these team fights, but top esports, they won't let them.
Yeah, I mean, that's the slower impact that we were talking about, and now we're also seeing...
All in bottom lane. Shockwave looks like it interrupts the E2, the second half of the Shuriken Flipper. That could have been a kill, but still costs the flash and ultimate from Caps.
Yeah, just as we were saying from Champion Select here, as soon as you get Orianna in the side lane, and even honestly before that, Akali was very, very happy. Now we'll see the other side lane up here.
Came on here to cover, but Kanavi's finished Trinity Force. A lot of potential burst damage. even in the face of the Sundered Sky healing. Broken Blade zoned away completely from this top lane tier 1, and 369 builds that individual lane advantage, and the rest of the team now coming home to reap the rewards. Caps and the rest of G2 want to cover. They do not want to concede this tower. Labrov ghosting in. Riding in on a steel horse, ulti available, no flash, but he might not need it. Hung gonna be sacrificed. TES sticking around a bit too long on the top side, and Caps happy to reap the rewards.
So all of the supports are the party favors that you were mentioning. Willing to donate, the sacrifice, as you say, Kanavi.
Kanavi kicking things off with the Cyclone. Cream waiting behind, still has access to the perfect execution, excuse me. No, on cooldown from the previous play. Portabelt also used, but the public execution, taking out Labrov. And it's not just the mid laners taking the kills, the junglers as well.
Top Esports see 2 members of G2 walk up into the river and say, didn't you just use everything to kill our support? I guess that means that it's our turn. And so Top Esports immediately turn their attention to their opposition, pick up a support of their own as Labrov goes to 3 deaths.
It's 3-1, Betty. They've had too many turns. They're breaking preschool sharing rules, and I don't think this is going to look good for G2. But again, you said it. We've seen this game before. We saw it in that first match of Swiss. The early lane swap was a bit different, but this control, the advantages they built in lanes, transitioning it now into the Herald, TES dominating game 1. All in though, Caps! No time for redemption!
Cream, baby, back to his origins on the Akali, abusing Orianna. Beautiful stuff here from TES.
Truly a perfect execution there from Cream. He didn't even lose any of his HP. 100-0 Caps, no flash on the Orianna, and now the side lanes, I mean, just look at the minimap, fully in control for Top Esports.
Cream having a hell of a time here. Broken Blade trying to move forward with the Pathmaker, but again, 2024, the one time we've seen a best of 5, Caps Tristana, 3 games, winning every single lane against Cream. Game 1 in 2025, completely different.
Yeah. TES say, fine, you can have the pick of the tournament, Orianna. We will craft a dive comp to try and abuse that fact. And because of that, Cap says, okay, I need to build more tanky because they have so much dive. But then that's going to push back your timeline on when you're going to have some damage threat as well. And TES making a very good use of the early stages of this game. Definitely something that people have said a lot about TES. Very good early games, very frequently.
Top Esports, they are a much more methodical team. They play the map very well. Having Kanavi as kind of your spearhead makes a lot of sense as to why that playstyle works. And again, we turn our attention to the minimap and look at the control that they have. Cream is not afraid of anything. There's nothing he needs to be afraid of anything. Like, no one on the side of G2 can kill him, so he can afford to overstep his bounds, but even if he can't, he's got a turret at his back. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, heavy vision investment, control over the bot wave, control over the mid. They have push everywhere. G2 is very much on the back foot.
Exactly, because it becomes so hard to play the maps, because G2, they have to keep Orianna safe with extra players, and so nobody can really handle all of the side lane pressure that TES can put out. TES, they can constantly push both side lanes, and G2, they have to group and force.
G2 ignoring topside, letting that wave be deleted because they know they need to defend mid lane. Rift Herald, Kanavi mounted up. Looking for a knock-up, unbreakable for a brief moment. Now moving into the backside, that's the Cyclone. Skewmon gets out the Crescent Guard to mitigate some of the damage, but he's still locked down by Jackie Love. Moving into the circle briefly as Hung does his best to body block. All in from G2. The public execution brings 369 right into G2's backline, and they start to fall. TES make it look effortless. Cream pulled back, the shockwave, Caps a moment. He turns it back for G2 and takes 2 in return.
Caps is popping off. The Orianna has arrived. The shockwave, Vedius, saves a bit of it for G2.
It's a little cliche, but the shockwave did in fact find them all. He connected onto all 4 members to turn that fight around. Top Esports turned what was Kanavi getting caught into a team fight. I love the confidence from Top Esports to just say, screw it, we can fight this. Why are we afraid? Skewmon immediately has to disengage. Kanavi tries to get back into the Herald. Broken Blade heavily commits, but then 369 finds his way onto Hans Summer, takes out the AD carry. Cream does get exhausted, but you know that he's looking for another target. And then the combo from Labrov and Caps, a 4-man shockwave. G2 finds something off the back of a disastrous team fight.
And Caps also forcing the Varus flash as Jackie Love was trying to run away there. Let's get back to live though, because after that fight,
Shockwave in just a few seconds. G2 know they have an angle to turn it. It's a brief window of opportunity. They managed to take away the Drake. Now they're keeping the fight going though. Excellent ulti again, catching out Skewmon. He's been locked down. He'll be sacrificed. TES get 1 on the exit kills, but G2 slow the soul stacking for TES.
Yeah, I think TES should be able to get this game right back on track, but G2 have kind of interrupted that stacking.
TES still hanging around. Q3 from Broken Blade. Pathmaker pulling him through as well. Jackie Love charging up the piercing arrow. Decent damage for Broken Blade. The one target it doesn't hit. Caps on the other hand. Happy to have all that extra gold after the last fight. The command attack really starting to hurt.
I think TES should get back to pushing on both side lanes and making it hard for G2 to control their income on the map. Because G2 have to be so much more careful when they're getting resources here, and TES can still apply that pressure.
The thing is, like, we talked about it very early on into the game, but this advantage that Jackie Love has over Han Summit is just monstrous. This Varus is so far ahead, and right now G2 don't really have any threat onto this long-range poke that Jackie Love brings to the fight.
And Otacon is on the map, so everybody looking towards the big objective, what has been the equalizer of so many games since its implementation in this season.
But this is the good news for G2, because as you highlighted, Cody, the spread out on the map is what G2 can't handle. Grouping up and fighting is what their composition wants. So if there's going to be a moment to turn this game in their favor, it'll be a fight around Otacon.
And in this moment, their carries have flashes, while TES do not. Neither Cream nor Jackie have them.
Navi poking, fishing, maybe hoping to burn one of those flashes without committing too much. As TES desperately fight, they want control of this tri-brush. They do not want G2 to have easy access into the objective, but Jackie Love alone is solo zoning so many of the G2 members off this tower as Cream's starting to poke. Hits the first half of the Shuriken flip. Skewmon thinks that's the angle though, and they start to turn it back. Chocolate though, only connecting on a Hong. Major cooldown missing now as the Redemption heals TES right back up.
With the Shockwave gone, I see this as a very difficult way for G2 to fight. Top Esports doing really good job at controlling this space. The poke from Jackie Love, the poke coming through from Cream, knowing that he has the assistance of Hong. They keep G2 at arm's length, but they don't yet start the objective. They want to get the tower, and this will go uncontested.
G2 losing more and more control over the bottom side. Passive control gone now that the tower's been deleted. Kanavi poking his head in. It's the blue buff picked up by TES. G2 again, we've seen it before, we saw it in Swiss. Getting bled out in this game by Top Esports. Cream stays on the bottom side. TES don't need to force. They don't need to start this if they don't want to.
I mean, look at the side lanes. Kobe was talking about it earlier. When Top Esports played the map, it's very difficult for G2 to deal with all of that pressure. Top lane just lost an entire wave. Mid lane is being pushed in by 369. Advantages are just passively being built by Top Esports. And remember, G2 won that fight in mid. They lowered the gold gap, but now it's ballooned back up to 3.8k.
TP to the bottom lane from Broken Blade. He is there first. 369 has access to his, but he's putting pressure on the top side. G2 forcing the Otacon, recognizing a brief window of opportunity. They need to make this work.
369 is trying to buy first and then teleport in.
8K getting lower. Kanavi looking for the flank. G2 have no idea. They want to burn this down. They see the TP now. They realize they may have overstepped, but the Otacon's been leashed. TES won the fight. Double Redemption, but they're grouping for the Cyclone. Crescent Guard denies it for a brief moment, but all of G2 have to run because once again, it is 369 and Cream back to back. The triple kill for the Akali. G2 are helpless in the face of this Top Esports dive.
He's rolling all nines today. This Ambessa is insane. He's cutting them down. The teleport ward is perfectly placed, and G2 have been decimated.
Shepherded into a choke point. Top Esports collapse like wolves and tear G2 a Caps.
Caps wants to clear the wave, I guess. Buys a brief moment with the Zanya to contemplate his failures because he will not get any kills.
He clears out the wave, but questionable play there as the Otacon is secured by Top Esports. A 7k gold lead, and just beautiful team fighting from this Top Esports squad. The fact that G2 had no recourse, no escape as they get picked apart.
Let's take a look at the setup. The ward is just perfect, and G2 all clumped up together. Kanavi coming down from the top side. Skewmon actually does do a good ultimate to knock Kanavi away, but it didn't matter because they got ripped apart anyways by the solo laners.
Cream played that beautifully, using Skewmon's flash, going over the water, then get a multi-man execute. Very well played by him. The the frustration on Dylan Falco's face and the elation from the Top Esports coaching staff.
You know how when Yagao said 2 carries should never stand together? Well, if all 5 of you are standing together as well, then they all get executed.
That is included. One does include the other. It's a square rectangle sort of situation. G2 hopefully learning that lesson because they don't really have much more time in this game. 8,000 gold deficit. TES grabbing the 3rd Drake and Soul Point. G2 in no position to contest. But remember, that Otacon was built on an early game from TES that was so commanding, that was so confident. That was already a Hail Mary for G2. And frankly, at this point, Hail Marys are all they have left.
I mean, I've been super impressed with how Jackie Love has really gotten his revenge on Hans Sama after last year. Kareem coming out with the comfort pick, and just, as you mentioned earlier, Kobe, Orianna Azir has kind of been the trade of the tournament, and Kareem saying, you know what, no, I know Akali is good into this matchup. With the Wukong by my side, I know I can do some serious damage. 8, 1, and 4 scoreline. He's been involved in 12 of the team's 13 kills.
And I think Caps' desperation to hold on to that tier 2, I don't think he's feeling good about it now, because now he has this Seeker's Arm Guard and no money to complete the item as he's caught out once again. Called out on the sideline by TES. LeBron doing everything he can to stop the play from happening, and now Broken Blade is here. Perhaps the backup that G2 needed to keep the fight going in this choke. Kanavi dashed to the side with the Nimbus Strike. All of TES backing away. They might have started the fight, but they can recognize a risk when they see one. 369 still fishing for backline access as Caps continues to try to clear the wave. Crashdown comes in from LeBron, but 369 just does not take any damage. Cream dashing back out. E2 coming through, ready to get the fight kicked off. It's the ulti from the bomb as G2 retreat to their top side tier 2. 369 hovering, ushering the wave forward. G2 battered, but not broken as TES dominate in their jungle.
Top Esports run this map, and G2 are barely given the luxury of standing on the rift. Top Esports take as many camps as they can. Lebrov's base will be interrupted as Top Esports take full control through the mid lane. They secure themselves another tower. Everything going the way of TES.
They have remained calm this entire game. TES just progressing their game plan linearly over G2, and now all that is left is to go claim the Baron. They have very, very good turn off of Baron. We have seen it with Wukong and Mbessa. The turn is crazy threatening. 369 though, he's still out on the map.
2. Q Flash coming in for the Shattering Strike. Skewmon gonna follow up. Public Execution gets a little bit of space for 369 as he flashes out. The Drake Hound step, but the Shockwave brings him right back. Hung on the way in to try to protect his top laner, blocking so much damage with the Unbreakable. And now it's Cream in the Shroud. 5 members. The Death Ball of G2 as Cream dashes right back out. And Kanavi goes in. TES diving, dodging, cutting through G2. And now it's Broken Blade to try to turn it back. He's gone all out, but it might be too late. Skewmon staying living for a brief moment. Redemption now coming in. The extra healing from Thunder Sky will not do a damn thing. Broken Blade down, an ace for TES.
Absolutely beautiful from Top Esports once again. Cream went in a little bit too eager. He was isolated from his team, but the moment that Kanavi finds the angle onto the backline, G2 just fall apart.
Yeah, this is one way to start a fight. Just keep on split pushing as the only one left applying pressure. 369 uses his ult, his flash, his dashes, still gets locked back in by the Shockwave, but by that time, he's already bought enough time for Hung to come up and provide the extra defense. Then Kanavi comes in, he gets the triple knockups into another knockup, immediately deleting Hans Sama, and the rest of G2, all they could do was actually take down their primary target, the original target of 369, but I think that might be the last target that they get to actually take down in this game.
And again, while it started okay, because they didn't immediately get deleted, Jackie Love got a 4-man ult in that fight, 3-man Cyclones. G2 can't afford to group, but they also can't afford to split up. There's no right option left.
They can't afford anything because they're 11,000 gold down.
Yep.
I mean, right now, G2 just needs to be thinking about game 2 because this one feels done and dusted. Top Esports from start to finish have been in full control, reminiscent of what we saw at the beginning of the Swiss stage. Top Esports converted a strong early laning phase performance into great objective control, into just better team fighting. And while Caps did find a nice Shockwave to at least give a little bit of hope back to the G2 squad, it was quickly snuffed out by Cream.
And remember, for both of these teams, there are questions about how they will respond to pressure. For now, Cream needs to worry about responding to the Zen, though, as he dodges through, managing to get away from the Shockwave. Redemption going in. It will dash through with the perfect execution. Goes back in onto Caps. I don't think he needed to go back in,
Kanavi can...
That one wasn't it, but Cap's gonna flash out. The exhaust is there. Wants to convert the kill back onto Caps. LeBron there trying to body block as best he can. Slow coming in from the Celestial opposition. Crucially, the piercing arrow from Jackie Love does not connect.
I mean, G2 found a pick at this point. A pick is the best thing that you can hope for this late into the game. It will slow down Top Esports a little bit as the rest of G2 are catching waves where they can, but that put about a 1K dent in the 10K gold lead.
Also, it did take some pages out of the Medjais that Cream had stacked, so you can call worth if you want. Anyone?
I think it's worth. I would say worth.
In that situation in the game, that is worth, because you actually cut down on the pages. They're going to need a lot more.
Cream did get the Zanyas though, so we'll have access to another stasis effect as Kanavi's just stepping forward to poke. Ulti from Jackie Love locking down Broken Blade. It's a split fight. Kanavi still stepping forward, not hesitating to do so much work. Shockwave only connecting onto 369, but it just does not stop him.
Oh my God.
Passive procs left and right. Running down G2 Esports, a double kill for Jackie Love as these kills are donated to him so consistently. Flashes over the wall. He knows a dead body when he sees it, and G2 out of this game 1.
Cream was just the start of the main dish of 369 had yet to arrive, and my goodness, did it blow G2 away in game 1.
G2 sent reeling TES. The dominance from Swiss was not a one-time thing. G2 sent back to the drawing board as TES run a victory lap around Summoner's Rift.
And Shanghai is popping off with that victory. Very dominant from TES.
I mean, from start to finish, nothing but control from the side of Top Esports. On this Xin Zhao, we really didn't see Skumon have many opportunities to find ganks, but really just the individual lanes from Top Esports really got the better of G2 here in game 1.
And this is what we were thinking. Will G2 be able to stall and keep up with TES in the early game?
The answer in game 1 was no. We'll have to see how they adapt as we send it back over to the analyst desk.
Jackie Love saying, did you remember MSI? No, this is a different game. This is Worlds. This is what we did to you back in the Swiss stage. Did you think it was going to be any different? Because to me, Rab, it did seem like the same strengths that Top Esports had and the same weaknesses that G2 had in that game came also out here.
Yeah, I think it was hyper playing to the strengths of Top Esports, because one of the things, especially when you look at Cream, back when he was making his name on OMG, he was the Silas the Akali player. And to take what has been the meta of this Orianna and Azir back and forth and go, no, we're going to break that open by having our creme de la creme Cream plays Akali was such a good call from Top Esports, and honestly heartbreaking as a European fan.
It hurts. But you say they laid out a trap kind of, right? And they walked right into it, Azael.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a really fun game. I think there was a lot of back and forth fights, but it was very TES favored. I do want to go into a banger team fight we had for our HyperX Reflex replay, and I want to draw your eyes here to Kanavi. Kanavi is going to ride this in, and we have to watch Broken Blade and his timing on the Pathmaker, so we can play out the clip. And the timing on the Pathmaker is so nice here from BB. This gives an opportunity at a position in the game where G2 was looking like it was already cooked. If they lose this fight, and if they lose the next dragon, they are going to lose. Look at that timing right there. As he bounces out, he pushes him out and sets up G2 for a collapse onto this jungler. We can roll the clip once more. The initial start of the fight is so good for G2. Everyone is hitting on Kanavi, and Kanavi is not going to be able to survive for that long. But on the other side, it becomes about the soul laners. As Cream and 369 here get involved, they're going to be targeting these carries in the backline. G2's battle lines right now, very, very good. They kind of have their support and their top laner there. They have their backline in the backline. It's looking pretty nice. We can play the clip one more time. Kanavi does fall, but that is when 369 gets in onto Hans, able to knock him down. Cream is piling in, and you start to think, all right, it is absolutely cooked for G2. But LeBron finds a moment here to set up for that 4-man shockwave for Caps. And that, yes, it does not just swing the game massively in their favor, but it kept G2 alive at a moment, and it earned them that 3rd dragon to push back the soul. It showed, you know, that glimmer of hope for G2 in a game that was very TES favored.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you for showing us the glimmer of hope in the rest of that wasteland of that game. But Rob, I want to parlay this a little bit into game 2. We don't want to be game 1 Andes, but I think we all kind of agreed that in terms of the early game, what we called out, in terms of Kanavi being able to really put his mark on that, in terms of the laners of TES really being able to farm up, that's actually what was the start of the problem for G2.
Yeah, I mean, it started in that bot lane. lane, right? You end up seeing that Jackie Love gets this massive CS lead. He's already punishing it super effectively against Hansam and Lebrov, but then having that teleport means he gets to reset himself up in that bot lane. He ends up like 1,000 gold ahead coming up to the 14-minute mark, and we're already starting to fall behind at that stage. So I think if you're coming into game number 2, it does make me worried that the Corki, who was the neutralizer for that bot lane, didn't work. And then, even if it was a slower paced early game, as Top Esports were waiting for that level 6, they still were able to find these moments. So I think it's about finding comfort in that bottom lane so then we don't end up falling too far behind as G2, but also then finding ways where we can be a bit more proactive in the early stage from our jungle.
And if we look back to how they did win at MSI, it was because of the bot lane. They had huge advantages. Is that the difference between Mickey X and Lebrov? You got to ask the question.
I mean, we'll have to see. They didn't make it to the World Quarterfinals last time with Mickey, so we got to give that credit over. But the bot lane was extremely dominant. Also loved how they got Kareem involved, had this counter pick. He TP's bot, they donated him the kill, and he really took over. They
really need to stabilize G2 Esports. They're on the home soil of Top Esports, and they look poised to get to that semifinal. We'll be right back with Game 2.
For a brief moment, but all of G2 have to run because once again, it is 3-6-9 and Cream back to back. The triple kill for the Akali. G2 are helpless in the face of this Top Esports dive.
He's rolling all 9s today. This Ambessa is insane.
안녕하세요. 전직 캐니언입니다. 또 황하에서 이렇게 경기하게 됐는데 이렇게 좀 잘해가지고 1위 되어서 정말 기쁘고요. 5년 전에 정말 좋은 기억이 많았던 사회에서 아마 사상전도 하는 걸로 알고 있는데 끝까지 좋은 기억으로 남게 열심히 준비해 보겠습니다. 감사합니다.
An update is required. Financial system updating. System updated. We will dance to get. The future of money is here. Feels good.
Red Bull gives you wings.
So slow.
I told you I was done with basic browsers.
Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
The greatest players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my god, he'll hold it by 9!
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Rocket Will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Genji! They are just going to ace them!
누구 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Genji, the EWC winners! Kindred locking down the Drake is now Doran. Decent position, double
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in! Bishop flashes in, and down goes Knight!
Every moment of your journey, crystal clear.
Landscapes, absolutely stunning. Close-ups, sharp and full of vibe. Group shots, packed with detail. Zoom in on one face, still flawless. Colors so real, every scene, every smile, unforgettable. Oppo Find X9 series, Hasselblad telephoto, zoom into detail.
I got this old thing and the bill from the store where I got it. Figured you could beat it with a better deal on one of these big boys.
It doesn't work that way.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
You don't know that?
Red Bull gives you wings.
We have a new mode for you that we're calling ARAM Mayhem.
It's ARAM, but with augments. It combines all the fun, augment-fueled variations of Arena with 5v5 ARAM gameplay.
We want every champion to feel special and get to explore some combinations and fantasies that they don't normally get outside of Arena.
It'll be live with patch 2521, so look forward to some mayhem coming to the bridge soon.
Guess who's back to blow your mind? But let me warn you one last time. Guess who's back to change your life? But it's not gonna be just fine. Whoa, I've got you under my spell tonight. Whoa, we're both heading to hell tonight. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. I'm gonna light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. I have always tried to be nice. I've sat right back, I've tried to be quiet. But I can only take so much, and then I just explode. To feel it building inside me, I just need to let go. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way, okay? I'm gonna light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal.
Welcome back to Worlds 2025. We are in the midst of the quarterfinal between G2 Esports and Top Esports. And I'm going to tell you, Top Esports came out swinging an incredibly dominant game one. But we saw the players come out, and the moods didn't seem too bad.
Yeah, I mean, we are on the floor, and Caps walked pretty much directly right next to us, and he gave us a fist bump and a smile. So,
I mean,
the Western GOAT is still in there.
The spirits definitely still seem high, of course, from their perspective. You know, the series just started late. Still 3 games left to play. But we'll see if they can bounce back, because Top Esports looked ferocious in game one. as Poppy once again makes its way onto the ban list. Talia alongside it. Remember, G2, given their loss, did get side selection remaining on the red side.
Sticking to it. Poppy, Talia, you already highlighted. Yunara, Sion. It seems like the bans are staying pretty consistent. Rumble was the final ban for G2. So need to see
very
Trundle,
high priority now.
The other champion that Top Esports chose to ban in Game 1. So small adaptations now that we've seen the initial 10 champions removed, courtesy of the Fearless Draft.
Oh, okay, so Zyban could indicate that Top Esports is thinking about a buy.
Yeah, and they probably want to just do another dive comp.
Probably.
If you're banning that.
I mean, if you can
dive.
If you can run away with the early game again, no doubt dive is an easy way to close this second game out. G2, of course, this is the moment where the G2 fans say, hey, look, you were bad. Time to break that bad. Time to cook. Show us something new.
Step number 1, don't give over the Azir after everything's already been fearless.
Rumble is now open.
But Rumble is now open. Perhaps they feel they have better answers into that particular champion. Of course, Mundo, one of the picks that is good against double AP. But
mentioned this earlier.
Yeah, he is undefeated in his career. Kanavi is
Korea. Just a double check. Korea.
Yeah. And, well, you know, his 5 games on it have been played this year.
No.
Okay,
cut that out. It goes way harder if you just say his entire career. Ignore the fact that this champion has only jungled for the past, what, year and a half? Now locked in, though. And this is where it starts to get scary for G2, because you mentioned it, Kanavi, an absolute lethal threat with this. Rumble's still up and available, but we know, Vetty, Rumble is not the bread and butter of Broken Blade. It's been one of the #1 criticisms against this guy, as he isn't someone who plays Rumble. And luckily for him, Jace has fallen out of the meta, but that was the other one that people often talked about.
Kanavi could do the funniest thing if Caps locks in Rise. I'm not expecting it, but looks to be that is the direction that Caps is going to go. So with the Rise locked in, it gives G2 a little bit more side lane threat, which they did not have in Game 1. I wonder what they'll consider pairing alongside it. We've seen Pantheon come through. Skewmon does prefer those more scaling type of junglers, a little bit more sit back and farm.
Yeah, personally, when I have to play against Kiana, I like people that invade the Kiana, because Kiana's first clear, it's very, very susceptible to invades. Mundo probably not going to do that though. Maybe they'll do a level 1 where they can
flex though.
They could get it's definitely a flex, and maybe they'll do a level 1 where they can get priority. But that is sometimes where you can like push Kiana around a little bit, is in the early invades, because she does get fairly low. But most Kiana players are pretty used to that now.
Certainly are, of course, with Mundo locked in. You highlighted Vetty's it as a flex pick for both Skewmon and Broken Blade, perhaps waiting to see what will get locked in on the top side. Of course, good into the Rumble, good into MR champions or AP champions generally, so kind of almost a preemptive counter pick if they do want to put it there. However, it does mean giving over to TES pick of the litter when it comes to top-tier champions. We're in a situation where this is what I would have been scared of in Game 1, and they won Game 1, and now they're doing it in Game 2.
As a longtime Clutch Gaming fan, I love Kiana Rumble. This combination is explosive. So,
hey, we let you into the West at the start of the cast. You're going to need to calm down with the niche references a little bit, brother.
Fair enough. It's not going to be the Aurora lock-in just yet for Cream, and they're going to go for the Alistar pretty early here instead. And it is a bit safer with the Braum already out.
Exactly. Question is, what can G2 now go for? Do they want to lock in their support? So this is going to be their answer to the Rumble. So the Flex is going to disappear. Yeah. The Galio going to be secured for Broken Blade, means that, well, G2 definitely have a tanky front line, but Top Esports, they have a lot of damage. I guess they were hesitant to lock in the Aurora because they didn't necessarily want a heavy index in AP, but by securing the Alistar, they guarantee themselves at the very least some form of frontline and engage.
And I do like how there's multiple like semi-globals here for G2, Realm Warp and Galio, and Mundo is a very strong scaling front line that can eventually get to the point where you can just walk straight at them and try and mark those very dangerous, slippery, low health members on the opponent team. So they're building something, I feel like, better, with more options at least than the first time around.
Yeah, and in Game 2, champions select powered by Omen and HyperX. It definitely feels like G2 are more on the right course. Clearly, TES very aware that they don't want to give away any 80 carries with some mobility, some safety. Of course, the Rumble Kiana Dream is kind of immobile backline threats. The Rise doesn't have a dash, but he goes pretty quick most of the time. Usually can get out of those scenarios.
Do they care about like Ezreal? Well, the G2 care about Ezreal. That one's already off the table.
I feel like that could have been a 4 pick.
I feel like the Caitlyn ban makes a lot of sense because G2 right now are building very much a backline safe type of AD carry. The question is, what does Top Esports think that G2 is going to go for? Because Hans Summer, he's been very traditional in the AD carry sense recently. We haven't seen any of his Draven at all this year. He's been playing a lot more Ezreal, which they banned out themselves. So that Draven ban, like, it is a respect ban to Hans, but I'm a little surprised to see it just because it's not something that G2 has really practiced or played at all this year.
I feel like TS are just saying, you know what? As long as G2 doesn't have lanes that are going to push heavily on us, like in multiple areas, they feel really comfortable in their own early game. So taking out a Caitlyn, taking out a Draven, some of the more aggressive options.
I think Sivir could be good for G2. It would give them a lot of wave clear. It would give them the ability to have push in the bot side of the map.
Instead, Bard is going to be the lock-in here. Rumble, of course, relatively immobile. Kiana, absolutely not. Sivir as an answer.
This is that was the thing I was concerned about. If you don't pick the Sivir here, you just leave it open for JackeyLove, and I feel like it kind of gives a lot of what Top Esports doesn't necessarily have, which is an easy way to control mid-wave. So now, JackeyLove, when he moves out of bot and into mid, he has a ton of wave clear, and it's very easy for the rest of his team to roam around.
It's the angle here. I was baited by the hovers. I was curious about the Morgana.
I mean, yeah, Morgana solo lane did get some buffs, but not really the game for it looking like this time around.
Uh-oh. Yone, incredibly AD-heavy composition, high tabby value, but a lot of engage, a lot of backline threat again for Top Esports. It seems like this dive comp formula is one that they're happy to repeat.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as they 1, 2, 3 ban out the Xayah, where they're just going to keep on going dive. The dive really worked. What is Hans Summer going to play that has some safety?
You can see in the player cam, it feels like he's going through options. A face of confusion. Is this the right choice?
It's like, how do I live?
Lucian.
I don't like this.
Full disclosure, this man has not gotten his international Lucian license. Very few people in the West have. Now, if there was ever a game to change it, this is one. But this is a champ that we've seen, even if it gets small lane advantages, even if it's okay at one item, a lot of teams really struggle to work. It's not just about the Lucian. Everyone on the team has to be ready to play around this pick.
I really didn't like the prioritization of the Bard, especially with the Sivir open, who now with the spell shield has just a really nice time into the Bard. You're also just... I do think it gives you early lane pressure in the 2 versus 2 because Lucian Bard, at the very least, the double range means that you can bully out the Alistar. But once Sivir gets a few levels, that wave clear is not really going to be too perturbed by what this Lucian Bard brings. And I'm also just concerned, like, Lucian is inherently quite short-ranged. And while, of course, there are a number of champions on G2's side that want to just kind of run at Top Esports, I feel like you don't necessarily want to make it easier for a Yone and a Kiana to threaten you on the back line. I feel like G2 is kind of caught as to what to go for on the bot side of the Rift, and I think Top Esports should be very happy. They've got so much team fight power. They have easy ways to play around their lanes. I think Kanavi has great options. And yeah, I think this is a great game for Top Esports for Hung and Kanavi to really take over the Rift.
G2 are clearly in a very defensive mindset. You know, drafting like the Galio counter engage and the Bard, counter engage for themselves as well. But where's the attack? Where's the, the threat actually going to come from here? If you're looking down this G2 side, are you really scared of any of these points if you're looking at it from the point of view of TES? I mean, maybe the Ryze mid, maybe Bard goes, roams mid a lot, and they are able to work off some Ryze pushing mid.
It's a good question, Kobe. But my question is, have people at home got their drops? Because remember to log into your Riot account on LoLEsports.com. No one's going to kill each other in the first 30 seconds. Hopefully I don't cast a curse that. So if you're watching Worlds, you can watch live to earn exclusive Worlds emotes, icons, and capsules. Check it out. Get some free stuff. And if you're an EU fan, it might ease the suffering of that first game and transition to you into a very optimistic game 2. Although with this Lucian, I think we are still left scratching our heads.
I do like this kind of aggressive level 1 positioning for G2. They see the defensive ward go down, and they have a sweeper. So at the very least, they can get a tiny gold lead. They're ahead. Boom.
For me, a lot of this game is going to come down to how much presence Caps can have on the map. He is a player that typically does like to roam. Domestically, we often said that Jojo was the best laner in Europe, but Caps was the one that just always had the best map presence. The fact that he was always finding good angles to impact the lanes, and he's going to be very capable of doing that on the Rise. This time, though, Hans and Labrov need to have a better 2v2 bot lane.
Excellent stun on the Cosmic Binding, making things Pretty solid early on. Of course, Jackie Love really just focused on clearing out that wave. Alistair level 1, notoriously weak. Bard level 1, pretty dang strong. It's been hit a lot over the years with nerfs, but you have the passive, you have the Q. You can do some decent damage on a Jackie Love as Lebrov just keeps landing these stuns, forces the flash out from Jackie Love.
Okay, there's my answer. I'm scared of the bottom lane because...
Guys, I love Lucian. Like that. What a great pick.
Yeah, great call. I was sorry, sir. I wasn't familiar with your game. I didn't know that Q would hit. That hitbox seems a little crazy, but we'll bring that up in a different series.
Yeah, who's issuing these licenses? G2, they get 3 sums for 1, and they send Jackie back to base. All he can buy is a refillable potion.
He doesn't have TP this time around. Hans was already forced back early on, level 2, level 3 in that game 1. G2 off to a much better start.
And Lebrov is going to make it even worse.
This is so good because they did the level 1 and they had the vision. They knew that Kanavi is clearing up towards top side, so they could just straight proxy Jackie to level 1. You're going to stay level 1, buddy.
Jackie Love has to be
lost
frustrated.
Everything. He lost it all.
3 from Lebrov. Can't sidestep as the initial Q connects. Hansama only level 2. Is able to proc to press the attack. Jackie Love so damn low. Skewmon starting to walk down. TES imprisoned under this bot lane tower. If they go anywhere else, they will fall. And if they leave, they will fall
Jackie
even
needs level
further
2.
behind. Jackie Love desperately needs access to the spell shield, but it looks like Skewmon might just start to walk him down. Knockup is there, but again, Lebrov 3 for 3 on the bindings. Hong, though, clutch as he fires back.
Ooh, G2 barely get out alive with the other 2 members. Mid though.
Caps caught out, procs the phase rush, starts to run, will be able to make it away. Hung on the way in to try and finish off the run. Q, flash, slowed down. Skewmon getting a little bit more damage. Down goes Hung. He wanted to turn it back, but G2 find another.
We wanted to see a better early game from G2. Well, this is a damn sight better than compared to game 1. Kanavi trying to do something in the middle lane, trying to put pressure on the Caps. He walks that off as chaos ensues in the bottom lane.
And then Hong has an embarrassing play right there, going for Lebrov, who has flash up. Got to keep track of these cooldowns here. And so the bottom lane for G2 massively accelerated, including the Mundo here. The famed triple ruby crystal buy. Huge.
What was crazy about that bottom lane play as well was I thought that Hung's knock-up onto 2 was going to be the difference maker because G2 would have had to tank an extra tower shot. But it was Skewmon that ended up tanking the tower. He then got punted out by Hung, which means that the tower aggro reset, ultimately allowing Hung to get that kill onto Hansama. But still, look at that CS discrepancy between the 280 carries. 33-7.
And Sivir might have wave clear, but that hinges on her having money. And right now, she is very broke as Lebrov continues to be a thorn in the side of TES, laying down early vision with the control wards. Luckily for the TES bottom lane, Kanavi is here to cover, but he hasn't canceled the recall yet. Jackie Love only at level 2. And this is one of the things about Lucian, right? This is why we saw him as a mid laner or a solo laner. If he builds these individual leads, he's just another mobile champion that can dive, that can force and push these advantages.
Kanavi's here for the counter, but Caps is coming down. This would be a 4-person move from G2. Skewmon in the river.
That's all of his abilities. They see Caps now. Able to make it out. Extra bit of movement speed coming through to keep him safe. TES still imprisoned under that bottom lane tower, and it's Q for Skewmon to start up the Drake.
This is just so big for G2 game plan here. They can play all their resources down to the bottom side. You want to leave the Galio isolated versus Rumble anyway. You just continue to stack dragons, have Ryze constantly hovering to gank on bottom side, and Skewmon keep on clearing from top side down to bottom side here, scaling up on the Mundo as well. Plus, this also gives your Bard so many extra roam timers.
And I think a collective sigh of relief from the G2 fans and maybe one of anxiety from the TES fans, because remember that game 1 was a stomp from start to finish. I do not think there was a single moment where G2 were in control, and game 2, just a couple minutes in, already swinging heavily in the favor of G2 Esports with this game 2 draft. We had questions about the Bard. Well, I'm running out of questions, and Jackie Love's running out of health.
Nice play there, as the TP will come through from Hung to quickly get back to the safe, or come back to help his AD carry. Jackie Love only just now cresting to level 4. Hansama close to level 6. These levels are so valuable in the early game, and that's only made worse by the fact that there's a pickaxe in Hansama's inventory.
This is the first time I will maybe have seen a bot lane Lucian cull a level 4 Sivir, which is terrifying for TES.
And, I mean, if you go all the way back Hans Sama, his main criticism used to be that he could only play aggressive AD carries.
Sure.
Like, Lucian, Draven were kind of his go-to champions right at the start of his career because lane dominance was what he was all about. But Top Esports looking to finally answer. They've brought 369 down to the bottom lane. They want to try and alleviate some of this pressure. The wave is in a good spot for him to catch as well. But I imagine G2 is going to match that swap and then look to contest the grubs.
Already have begun as the resets come through. Additional bit of speed coming in from the portal, courtesy of Lebrov, as Hans Sama sprints to the top side. Happy to have that isolated 1v1. The pickaxe, a massive difference, as is almost 1.5 levels of XP in the favor of Hans. And you highlighted it so well. Aggressive at the start, and then in recent years criticized for passivity, for being a passenger often when other G2 players were carrying. But that hasn't been the story in 2025. Hans, a player who has stepped up alongside the rookie lineup, but now looking at Lebrov, Craps in Lebrov, not going to be able to find the root initially. I said Craps on accident. It happened. It happened. I don't want to talk.
I was like, hey, he hasn't done anything bad yet.
Well, don't make me talk about the Guma one. What did you call Gumayushi, Kobe? Should we bring that one back up?
You know,
it happens. It
happens. That was a nickname of endearment, you know? Honestly, though, G2 progressed the game plan pretty smoothly here as Skewmon level 6 on Mundo just farming away. And with the extra grubs as well, you know, he got second Skeletal Crab, so he got that extra leverage over Kanavi. Then getting the grubs as well is just so nice for this champ.
G2, happy to have all 3 Void grubs. And again, TES, we saw what a dive comp looks like when you get these big leads early on. But obviously when you fall behind, it gets a little bit more difficult. You can't be as liberal with those cooldowns. You really need to be hitting these multi-man equalizers. You need to be connecting the Fate sealed from Cream. Now in the mid lane, they've managed to connect an initial bit of CC, but Caps, again, just making the most out of the phase rush. They don't find the initial knockup or lockdown. So hard for TES to finish the kill.
Does cost Caps his flash, but he's just going to have to play a little bit more defensively. Look on the minimap, though. Moving into that fog of war. He does this often to try and exude that map pressure. Skewmon is hovering around, and this time it's not fake pressure. He has the ulti available. He's been spotted.
Cap spotted Jackie Love on the run. Now realizes there's really nowhere for him to go. The last bastion of safety. TP not quite there for Cream. TP not quite there for 369 as the Colon comes out onto Jackie Love, getting lower and lower. The heal already popped. Caps waiting off to the side. Skewmon tanking the tower, and the TPs are now coming in. That's the feat of warfare for G2. And the portal out! A flawless heist on the top side. The equalizer. Too damn late.
369 waves goodbye to them as G2 mission accomplished. Tower dive successful and early game won.
Broken Blade moved from bot lane into mid. Kanavi working with Cream to try and find a pick, and they will get the flash out from Broken Blade. So a small win for Top Esports, but we look back at this dive, and I mean, it's just a numbers advantage. The level difference is too much. Jackie Love takes so much damage initially from the culling alone, and then Skewmon gets one, throws the briefcase to close that case file as he gets away to safety. And now we return back to live as Caps has found Hung.
Straying way too far forward. Thought he had an angle. Thought G2 were resetting, but punished for his hubris.
Putting him out to pasture. Where's Hung going? Trying to get solo vision? Kanavi had finished Krugs down there. That was a solo mission from Hung. Definitely a rough one from him this game. So much of a better look from G2. Clearly they came into this one with a laid out early game plan, and they have executed on that game plan straight from level 1. I would say, even if you cooked up this game plan, though, it probably went even better than they expected, being able to zone Jackie so much.
Proxying at level 2, I don't think was part of the initial plan.
I mean, we were skeptical. I especially said, like, I didn't like this Lucian pick, but, like a large part of it, well, a whole part of it is you need to be leveraging your early push in the bot 2v2. And after game 1, where Hans Sama just straight up got bodied by Jackie Love in the matchup, to come in game 2, brush that one off, and then have a performance like this, a massive glow up for this G2 bot lane. They're continuing that pressure. Level 8 Hans Sama to level 6 Jackie Love. He's being completely zoned away from the farm.
And you can see they're committed to taking Jackie out of this game. They've ignored topside in 369 entirely. They're happy to give him isolated gold as long as they can take it away from Jackie Love.
Yeah, this is something that G2's doing a lot this game. They are constantly committing 4 members to one side of the map. Broken Blade moves into mid to catch the wave. And as you highlighted, Dracos, they're just allowing 369 that solo farm. He's building a lead of his own, but the rest of the map is going all the way of G2.
Committed into going into Broken Blade. That's the fate sealed for the follow-up. A lot of time wasted here. They do get Broken Blade, but Lebrov moving up as well. TES finally finding an angle to strike back. At the very least, 369 also going to grab some plates.
Yeah, I like that. From the position that TES were in, they know we cannot continue to fight into this G2 strength where they keep on attacking Jackie Love's lane. So they just sacrifice it. Okay, fine, you get the bottom tower, you know, you're gonna get the first turret, but they make the play mid while simultaneously getting some value on top lane, as you say, 4-3-6-9. So this is TES trying to make the best of a bad situation, and then it allows Jackie to try and clean up the minions that were pushed in the long lane bottom.
And I think holding onto this mid lane tower is so important for TES. Yone, melee champion, would like a bit more time before he goes out to the side lane. Jackie really cannot hold Hans. If they lose this mid lane tier 1, Lebrov is going to have a field day moving around the map, threatening with this tempered fate.
I mean, he's moving around the map very comfortably right now. Lebrov and Hansam are turning their attention to the top lane. There's more plates for them to secure. They're going to share those alongside Caps. As the mid wave gets cleared out, TP going to be committed from Cream back to mid. Broken Blade is just kind of the unfortunate side effect to Top Esports, as you highlighted earlier, Kobe. They're kind of attacking him, doing what they can to get something back out on the Rift. And 369 is still the player I'm keeping my eyes on, alongside Cream, who not only had a great game 1, but is continuing to stay at scale. Blade of the Ruin King now finished for Yone. We know this is a big power spike on this champ.
Top side fight. Set up there from the side of G2, they have Tempered Fate, the Coaling, Realm Warp. Skewmon as well with the maximum dosage, likely unkillable. He does not go under tower, but Kanavi hovering, lingering in the darkness. Ulti available for him as well. TES playing on the defensive, playing on the back foot. I think just trying to minimize the losses, stem the bleeding as much as they can. You highlighted it before, though. Broken Blade still suffering in that isolated 1v1 as Cream knows that there's pressure on him to build a greater advantage.
Yeah, exactly. You know, Broken Blade rushing into the MR for the Rumble matchup, but Cream here with his Blade of the Ruin King will melt through a Galio with no armor. So definitely the ideal side lane for TES in a world where the side lanes are going to be dangerous for them this time around. Since G2 have the threat of the Realm Warp and the Bard, they're going to constantly be pressuring TES. TS's ability to control any of these side lane minion waves, and so Cream is going to have to be very careful with the pressure that he does exert.
Let's see how both teams approach this Herald. Spawning in 40 seconds. It's Caps and Hans Sama once again grouping up in the mid lane to contest that push. Bot lane has been completely abandoned. Skewmon is in the area. They're now going to go and send Caps to go and catch that wave as Hans Sama pushes this one in. Jackie Love will still have his wave clear, even though he is still very far behind. But it's all in setup and preparation for that top side. I will say that bot vision has kind of been littered across the map from Lebrov. He's got great deep wards everywhere on the map.
Kanavi on the flank, though. Hansama caught out for a brief moment. Cream finds him isolated, and Hard reads the play. Hansama, name changing to Dr. Seuss after that one. Cream demolishes him.
Oh, Kanavi ultimate wraps around and hits them both. 2 quick kills for TES, and they get the shutdown as well. Cream gets paid.
And this, Yone, is now becoming a problem for G2. They had a great start to this game, but taking out Hansama gives a nice window for Jackie Love to get some much-needed XP here in Game 2.
Wow, that was just such a masterful play here for TS. Perfect timing for them to punish G2 and delete the gold lead almost instantly.
Remember that Broken Blade has kind of been sacrificed in this game. Hansama and Lebrov don't expect Kanavi in the river. An early flash from Lebrov, a fantastic read from Cream. The combination of the 2 ultimates from Kanavi and Cream working wonders as they get a big shutdown onto this Lucian.
And we know how crucial Kanavi is for this team's early game. It was a bit quiet. The map fell apart too soon, but even despite that, he and Cream have found a way back in this game. Only 500 gold now separating this team. And Kanavi, of course, on this Kiana. There's a reason teams take it away, and G2 learning that firsthand.
And all the money, you know, going into Cream is exactly where they want it to be able to funnel into this Yone and have some huge threat. Dragon, though, stacking is still available for G2. They're starting it out very quickly. Broken Blade walking over. Galio ultimate ready.
Eyes on Hansama and the Coaling. The most fed, individually powerful member of this G2 lineup. He has to perform in the fight. It's the flank for Broken Blade for now. 369. The ulti combo is real from TES if they can find the angle. Kanavi moving forward, Hung getting chunked out. Taunt off to the side. Kanavi uses ult. It's the drag down for TES. They no longer with the fight. They want to get out. Quick fate sealed from TES, but now the Realm Warp in. G2 moving forward. The suitcase connecting onto Cream, but they don't quite find the snare. TES
retreating well, getting the initial objective. Their fate now tempered. Jackie Love locked up. Surely the Simmer falls here, but it's a quick flashback, and G2 walk away empty-handed.
Anti-synergy there. Lebrov ultimate actually hits the stasis onto Jackie just as Broken Blade got a taunt onto him. So then it times out, and as soon as they get out of the ultimate, he can flash away. So G2 are unable to catch anyone on the way out.
You can see that G2 was so hesitant to force that engage. Now Hung may have found a nice angle onto Caps.
Caps, no Realm Warp, and they know it. Kanavi here as well, the Profane Hydra, a lot of potential burst damage, move in, reset on the blade, Terra Shape, grasp to try and finish it, the Ishtal's Edge, knocking down Caps.
And just like that, Top Esports have eliminated the goal difference. All of that advantage that G2 had managed to build disappears as 369 with a 1.4k goal lead over Broken Blade. Hans Summer still with his advantage, but Jakilov not looking as weak as he did in the early game, as Kanavi and Cream are making magic happen on the Rift.
Yeah, I mean, TS, they wipe out the gold lead. They also put a stop to the dragon stacking, stealing that one. And putting themselves into a very comfortable position to now be able to pull off this big wombo combo of a team comp that they do have for themselves, especially with 369 having such a gold lead here from the early stages. The Rumble Ultimate, since you're going to have Alistar, Yone, and Kiana setting up this Rumble Ultimate as solo AP, 369 is going to burn.
And 369 building for the team with the Cursed Orb, getting that healing reduction so that Skumon can't be this massive threat. Again, so much physical damage. 369, the one source of magic damage. He knows how important it is to stop Skumon from running amok, even if the initial dive looks promising for TES.
Yeah, I mean, even though Jackie's super far behind, they've got a Blade of the Ruined King Yone and a Leandri's Rumble to be able to roast through the Mundo here. Skumon did go very heavily into armor, both the crit reduction as well as the tabbies, and getting the minus damage on auto attacks. So 369 still gonna kind of burn right through him.
Difficult position for G2 now. You have to feel that the ease of execution favors Top Esports. Hansama really needs to be on his A game, cannot afford to get caught again. You highlighted it already, but Jackie Love, from being zoned away for so many of the early levels to now comfortably catching waves and farming in the mid lane. Definitely not what G2 were planning for. As Kanavi caught out for a moment. Ulti keeps him safe. Connects onto two. G2 thought they had the angle, but TES turn it right back. Hong going through the wall, looking for the setup. Initial binding going down. Redemption coming in to heal up G2 as they're ready to turn it back. Broken Blade there to cover both teams. Fist fighting for control. Ulti in from Cream goes completely wide. He's forced to snap back, but the root is still there. G2 holding on.
Kanavi keeps finding these crazy plays. That should have been the bot lane of G2 dead once again. But the Bard just barely getting them to safety. The Blast Cone just barely getting them to safety. Hung, he steps a little too far, and it ends up costing him. But my goodness, Kanavi continues to be terrifying.
I think this is the second time where Hung really wanted to kill Lebrov and went for a kill, support versus support, but ends up giving over one. And G2 take the opportunity to start up the Otacon. I mean, they've got the earlier route over here, much quicker approach for G2. TES, it might have to be a steal. Know that Kiana with Rock Element, though, is so good at stealing objectives.
Waiting on that cooldown for the Terra Shape so you can get the double Q off. 4K.
Don't let him in.
Does he want to risk the 50-50? The answer is yes, but Skumon connects with the smite, secures the Otacon for G2.
That's huge. That's flash off of Kanavi as well. No flash on the Kiana. And went in with Grass, hoping that the invisibility is going to buy him time to get a better smite. Timing for himself. Getting the kill, getting the Otacon, and getting that flash, all critical wins for G2.
An ambitious play comes through from Kanavi. It ends up falling short, but G2 find themselves with an advantage once again. Game 1 was Top Esports in full control from start to finish. Game 2, G2 get out the gates with a really nice lead, but Top Esports are punishing these positioning mistakes from G2, finding picks where they can. Now, though, it feels like with the Otacon gone, we're kind of in this neutral mid-game where it'll ultimately come down to execution from both sides. Hans Summer is so fed, working towards what I imagine will be the Infinity Edge. And once he gets it, my goodness, will this Lucian be scary.
That he will, as Hung cut out for a brief moment, but it looks like he's turned it back onto Lebrov. Thought the portal would keep him safe, but it did not. Mundo passive removed, won't be able to pick up the canister, means Skewmon is vulnerable. Heart Zapper there, forced to use the maximum dosage, starting to heal out. The taunt still connects onto Cream, but an excellent equalizer to zone away Han Sama. Healing reduction does mitigate some of it. This is about half HP. TES now retreating. They've burned so many ultimates. Keep your eye on the Fate Sealed. Cream on the flank, but he's not going to be able to get much done as Caps is already looking to take things over. But the ulti still hits! Cream in the clutch, trading 1-for-1. Skewmon and Caps blinking health bars against 4 standing members of TES.
Incredible triangulation of the engage from Cream onto Han Sama, taking him out. Caps is the fearsome member of G2 still left alive, but with the teleport, TES will force them off the objective.
LeBron inbound with the Tempered Fate, but it does look like TES will tie up the Drakes. 369, not going to follow the magical journey. But TES getting what they came for, securing their second Ocean Drake of the game, as G2 forced to retreat to the top side of the map.
G2, they need to be so much more aware of Top Esports' position on the map. Caps, he's setting up a bit of a trap here, looking to see if he can catch out Kanavi. But remember, that play started with Lebrov just dying ahead of the Dragon fight. He's sitting with Skewmon thinking that he's safe enough to get this vision control, but after he gets caught, it then just becomes a guaranteed numbers advantage. It did cost Kanavi his ultimate, which then made this ensuing fight very, very difficult for them to play. And great patience from G2, but ultimately Cream will find such a masterful ultimate that ends up swinging the fight in Top Esports' favor.
Yeah, Jackie though has to flash away. Caps trying to follow with his own. It actually got kind of dicey for them at the end, but here it is. Cream, he finds it, ease over, ultimates through, and he trades his life for Han Sama, allowing the rest of TES to control the bottom side of the river.
Frustration on the face of Broken Blade, a very close fight. Navori Flicker Blades were there for Hans in a more extended skirmish. Probably could have dashed around, dived through so many of those cooldowns and put his gold advantage to work, but his lead starting to shrink. Still 1,000 in his favor, still an extra BF sword, but keeping my eyes on 369. The Rumble continues to benefit as Jackie Love has been caught out. Skewmon finding him. Kanavi's ulti not doing a damn thing. Mundo going where he pleases. The ulti from the Bard not quite connecting. Ulti from the Rumble, the equalizer, doing a bit of damage back, but the pick in favor of G2.
When in doubt, look to pick off Jackie Love. It is a tried and true strategy. G2, early position into the brush of the red quadrant of the jungle, rewards them.
He's catching Nu. Hong's able to find the knockup, working through. Extra damage onto Skewmon now going through. Cream is going to follow the snapback coming in, but Han Sama's already gotten a kill in return. Skewmon is just healing too much. The armor, the crit reduction paying off. Cream flashing out to safety. He found the angle in the previous fight. He will not today. Hung getting run down in G2's jungle. G2 found the initial pick. TES thought they could do one better, but they absolutely could not.
Ring around the rosy.
Hex Blast goes over. Running. Okay, he's dead. And Hung, I gotta be honest, it's been a rough one. You said it earlier, but just continues to make these little mistakes as now 369 is in jeopardy. Shut down on his head, a bounty that G2 are eager to collect. 369 doing a lot of damage, but crucially the taunt turning away from Caps. Caps now 3 kills.
Honestly, this pace, G2 are snowballing. They're turning it up. They're creating some chaos here, and that has resulted in a 2,000 gold lead being retaken for them. It starts with making an early positional play into TES jungle during the reset. That rewards them the kill onto Jackie Love, and then step by step, they kind of take more and more, and now they want the biggest prize of Summoner's Rift.
Oh no, this is a scary objective start. All of Europe is holding onto the edge of their seat as Kanavi is in the area.
Second blue trinket down. Spots it out. Skewmon, of course, happy to tank up a lot of this damage. A massive risk to be certain. Tempered Fate available. TES group. LeBron holding onto it as long as he can. Kanavi, the grass blade ready to go. Stun onto Jackie Love, connecting. Caps immediately going to follow. Redemption coming through, but it's not enough. Once again, Jackie is picked off. Cream coming in with the Q3, but it's just too late. Kanavi trying to make his way out, but he isn't able to grab the grass blade, and down he goes. G2 might not get the Baron yet, but they sure as hell take the fight.
A scary situation that is masterfully handled. G2 find a nice turn onto Top Esports, who don't 5 or 5 members. They put the pressure onto Kanavi, they get the pick onto Jackie Love, and they're looking to secure their first Baron of the series.
What a domino effect for G2. And picking off the Rumble in the side lane results in the pressured 5v4 at Baron. They get all the kills, they get the Baron. Vedius, you can breathe a sigh of relief.
The pick onto Jackie Love. He steps up a little too far. Caps locks him down. Han Sama's positioning. He's so aware of the threat of Kanavi. He's already fallen prey to Cream once before. He doesn't want to allow it this time around. Lebrov, his ultimate wasn't the best, but his Q's made up for it as he allowed G2 to chase down their opposition. And now they're looking to equalize this series if they can use this Baron to close things out.
A lot of stoic faces in the G2 coach room. One not so stoic face in Ramaz. G2, 5,000 gold. TES were doing everything they could to bring it back. They found 1 or 2 good plays to shut down Hansama, but G2 righted the ship, have remained in control, finding picks on Hung, finding picks on Jackie Love, back-to-back across multiple skirmishes, and now looking to leverage the most they can from this Baron, from this Red Bull Baron power play.
Yeah, and they're so tanky at the moment. You know, Ryze scaling up very nicely, Mundo scaling up very nicely for them, and they have the coverage of these counter-engaged champions we talked about with Galio and the Bard here ready for themselves, so they can safely play 2 lanes very easily with a lot of extra disengage and coverage for themselves. That allows you really impressive use of a Baron buff that guarantees towers will be destroyed, gold will be accrued for G2, and the poise that they have showed on stage here after being demolished in game number 1 results in G2 knocking on the base of TES here, only 27.5 minutes into the game.
Oh, that Civet starting to hurt a little bit. Caps brought down to less than 50% HP. Skewmond largely unfazed by that poke, but Top Esports haven't quite given up just yet. The game is not over. Dragon is alive.
Waiting in the darkness, Q3 from Cream connecting nicely. Redemption to heal him back up, 350 additional HP to hold the line here as G2 knocking down the tier 2s, but haven't broken the base quite yet. Maybe hoping to catch TES off guard.
No Baron buff on Caps means that he's not going to have those empowered minions. He's going to clear out this wave, but that mid tower is soon to fall as G2 continue their siege on the bot side of the map.
TES using the equalizer to clear this wave, knowing there's only 1 more coming in mid, 1 more coming in bot before the Baron will fade away. Skewmon chunked out. A nice magical journey to usher G2 into the mid lane, out-rotating TES for a brief moment does mean the inhibitor should fall. TES, I think, need to give this one up. Cannot afford to force a fight, especially with the Kiana at this angle. No big walls to play around. So hard for TES to get that 5v5.
Yeah, honestly, I think TES just have to play damage control. G2 are keeping up the pressure, though. These Bards rotating everybody over to bottom side, and they're going to get this tower as well.
Tower flashing from Hong, looking for the 3-man immediate fall, but he's only going to connect on the Broken Blade. Creep cannot find the ulti, but Skewmon sure as hell can't find the back line. G2 moving through, but Kanavi found the shutdown. In the meantime, the healing now going in. It's a jungler down, but Hansama is dead as well. Jackie Love and 369 needing now to hold the line. 369 moving through. Jackie Love in the mid lane. TES a bit over-eager on the force there. G2 happy to punish as Cream manages to find the knockup, continuing to poke at G2. And in the end, it'll only be the second inhibitor as G2 set their sights on their 3rd dragon.
I mean, credit to Kanavi. The fact that he's able to continuously find these kills onto Hansama speaks to how good he is on this champion. But the gold gap, I feel, is just too big right now. Flashes came through from G2 to disengage from that scenario. The Galio ultimate to zone the rest of Top Esports away meant that G2 could secure their 2nd inhibitor. They'll put themselves onto solve points, and they'll hold on to the lead for now.
Yeah, TES, they don't have damage to kill Mundo at the moment. They either need more damage out of Jackie or they need some more damage from Cream. Here's another look at the engage. They only basically got Broken Blade, and Broken Blade still escaped and came back for the re-engage on top of Mundo. That being said, Kanavi's still able to find his target, killing the Lucian at the very least, and ensuring that TES at least don't lose their Nexus right now. But still, it's such a power play for G2, you know, for the mid stage of this game. They can look forward to that Baron that's even before the Dragon Soul.
The best news out of that play from Top Esports is Hung got 3 flashes instantly. Hans, Lebrov, and Broken Blade all taken off the board. Caps also used his flash, chasing down 369 in the base, which means that Top Esports, if they can find another pick, maybe they can still salvage some of this game.
And they do now have the Infinity Edge for Cream, so the Yone is going to be more threatening. Jackie, of course, because he's been put so far behind, needs a lot more time to be able to really catch back up. And so G2, they're not going to give him that time. 2 inhibitors down, and they're coming for the 3rd.
G2 looking to keep the pressure up. 369 uses the equalizer to clear the wave, and they've got Cream split pushing in a side lane. Knowing that G2 don't really have the threat to full commit here.
They have the Bard ultimate. They could use it if they want to try and force a dive, but G2's engage isn't the quickest. They are quite reliant on Skewmon just running at his opposition. Maybe Caps landing a root. Good damage comes down onto Skewmon.
Another wave here. Cream finally going to reset, ready to engage in the fight. Two-man ulti coming in from Kanavi, and Lebrov is on the way out, calling over the wall, taking down Hong as 369 also trying to fire back. The Flame Spitter doing a decent amount of work, but here comes the Realm Warp. Kanavi ulti already gone. He's got no cores. Make it out of this one. The Grass Blade keeps him standing, though, crucially. Flashing from Cream. This time, Ansama's got the movement. Manages to make it out of the way with the Relentless Pursuit, and now Caps chasing down the remaining members of TES. G2 firing back in this game, too, and they may just look to end it here.
G2 bounce back in a masterful way. They stick to their comfort.
Kanavi, decent start to the fight, but it's just not enough. You said it, Betty. A masterful bounce back. We had questions. G2 had answers. The series tied at 1-1.
Beautiful game plan. Attack the bottom lane. G2 just destroyed Jackie and Hung.
They need to secure a few more kills before they round things out. Smiles, handshakes on the face of Broken Blade. He was kind of left out to dry this game. But hey, he did what he could. He landed what taunts he could where he can. But this game really was very much about that bottom lane finding that early lead. Let's hear what the analysts have to say.
G2 strike back. They don't let Top Esports run all over them, and they do it with Lucian, question mark? These are just one of the things we're going to talk about in this segment. But first and foremost, though, Azael, I'll go to you first. There was, I think, resilience from both teams, perhaps also some snafus from both teams, but a very big win and recovery from G2.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a massive win from G2. You know, going back towards this Mundo, work for them against FlyQuest, I think it has been a really successful pick. But I think the big surprise for everybody is that they went to Bard Lucian, and it really did work out early. It created this massive lead for them, and I have not been impressed by Lebrov's Bard so far, and I know EU Lucian is a dangerous subject to be talking about, but they created such an early advantage.
And I really want to highlight this exact moment, because this could not be further apart from the story in Game 1, where Jackie and Hung ran that lane starting level 1. This time, they make colossal mistakes level 1. Jackie takes a huge chunk, has to back, and then G2 play it out perfectly. Immediately, Lebrovka, or rather Skewmon comes over, they zone Jackie away from the turret, chunk him down, and this is what sets up to what I thought was gonna be a great and clean G2 win, because this early game was played out. Really, it was textbook.
And the fact that they end up getting these early kills onto Skewmon is huge as well. He's able to start to snowball when it comes to the experiences. You've set Jackie Love massively far behind. Like, the fact that Lebrov was hitting some of these stuns in level 1, I was like, they're not angles I thought he could hit.
Wow, okay. Okay, he still won the game, by the way.
Yeah.
Hey, but talk about EU Lucian to me, because there's a reason why we didn't have a lot of faith.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to see the win rate. 2-13 was Lucian all time this year in the LEC. And it's an absolutely absurd time for them to pull it out. Because even in draft, I saw it and was like, oh no, it's going to be going 0-2 immediately. But we managed to get the early plays. We snowball effectively. And Hans Sama was doing such a good job with the culling in these fights to actually set up for a lot of these victories. And it's the enabling that we haven't been able to get right in LEC, but G2 were able to do just that here in this game.
I think he deserves his international Lucian license, and yeah, I'm glad that he did, because the bot lane was the strong point for them back in 2024. But Maurits, run me through our next replay, which is a great move by G2 thanks to the reliable Cisco network, because they needed this.
Because I really was on an emotional roller coaster, because at first I thought G2 deserved to win this game, then they made a couple of big snafus, but then they kept their heads cool. And they made sure that this series didn't end up going to a 2-0. I think that would have just been the end of it, but they immediately isolate Jackie Love. Kanavi is unable to hit the wall, and if this fight doesn't go their way, and we were skeptical because Skewmon didn't have his ult, and they lose here, they lose this game.
Can I ask you, if you're playing a game, would you advise this positioning at Baron with your team?
Well, Rumble was dead with no ult, so I think that's why they're going for it, but it definitely, you've seen those plays go wrong so many times, right? If Kiana gets in the pit, gets a multi-man ult, Yone's there to follow it up, it definitely could go bad, but Jackie definitely stepping too far forward, and I'm kind of with you guys on this journey of thinking it was going to be super one-sided after the early game. And then we have to be honest, you know, G2 did make a number of mistakes. Lebrov in particular kept getting picked off. Their bot lane got both picked off, and you're like, oh my god, wait, are they going to lose this? You cannot lose a game like this and take out an LPL or LCK team, but they were able to stabilize, and they were able to punish mistakes then from TES. like Hong getting caught a number of times, and G2 were able to stay calm and battle through that.
Both have to work on their mistakes and their timing specifically, because as you say, Azael, I've seen this versus BLG, even though they won that game. I've seen this versus FlyQuest in that last game as well, and you can't make those mistakes at this level.
I do want to highlight, though, is that coming out of draft, I actually think that G2, thanks to their great early game, did come away kind of scot-free, because this draft should not have as much early power, and that's something that I am still worried about going into next game.
But it's even, look at the picks you've taken away from Top Esports. It's the Rumble, it's the Kiana, it's Cream's Yone. These are massive picks for Top Esports that they were not able to pick up a win on. The fact that G2 had a plan, even if it ended up a little wonky, actually came through here, and being able to now move forward in Fearless, knowing that so many of these power picks for this LPL representative gone, now makes things a little bit easier for G2.
Yeah, they gotta see if they can really make it work in Fearless into game 3, 4, and possibly 5 for G2. Very good that they fought back. They're still in this World Championship, and they're still on course to possibly win this series, but Top Esports in their own house has something to say about that. It's gonna be a banger of a game 3. We'll be right back.
The grass blade ready to go. Stun onto Jackie Love, connecting. Caps immediately going to follow. Redemption coming through, but it's not enough. Once again, Jackie is picked off. Cream coming in with the Q3, but it's just too late. Kanavi trying to make his way out, but he isn't able to grab the grass blade, and down he goes. G2 might not get the Baron yet, but they sure as hell take the fight.
When I was a player, if I was to make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey guys, it's G2 Scumont, and this is my first time at Worlds. It's been pretty amazing since we're out here in the bootcamp for the Worlds in China. I really love the vibes and the country in general. It's pretty different than Europe, and I like it a lot. A moment that I will never forget about Worlds is probably like 2022, DRX against EDG, the game 2 where Def was one hit away from winning that game. This game in particular gave me a lot of hope and this feeling of actually never giving up. Doesn't matter if you're 0-2 down, 2-0 up, you always need to stay in the moment, in the present, and actually focus on the next game, the next second. People were saying this version of G2 will probably not even make it, but we are now in quarters, and I really think that we can go even more. So thank you for your support. See you guys, and for my French fans, au revoir.
No au revoir yet. 1-1, a tied-up series, G2 versus TES. This series, above all others, was one where you could tell me anything happened, and I would probably believe you. HLE 3-0 Genji, I got questions. TES 3-2, 3-1, 3-0. It's plausible.
I mean, Mundo goes where he pleases. Scumond definitely did that game. Nobody could kill him. They put the Sivir so far behind. Jackie Love, was unable to do any damage to him. So I think that was a really good look for G2. As far as progressing in the series here in Fearless, I'm very curious to see what other things they can craft.
And remember that the changes that G2 made was because they felt like that they weren't meeting their expectations on the international stage. It was that jungle and that support position that came in for G2 to replace Yike and Mickey. And as Scumon himself said, expectations were lower, especially after failing not once but twice in the finals in both winter and spring, to then winning out summer, the culmination of their year. This team very much has been a growth story throughout the year. And now 2 games away and they can find themselves in the semifinals, but Top Esports made some changes themselves, and I feel like one of those changes that we saw, that man in the jungle, is a man that is no easy opponent to get through. He's only been to the World Championship 3 times in his career, but 2 out of the 3, he made it to the semifinals.
Yep, looking to get there once again for Kanavi. And pairing with 369 as well. His buddy to do it with. Honestly, they were not the problem in the previous game. It was the other side of the map.
Bot lane, naturally, where we're going to have to turn our attention.
I mean, strong winning lane seems to be the name of this series. Getting that early advantage is so important. So let's see how things shift as Top Esports choose to remain on the blue side.
And now the Azir banned away the Talia. Again, we're going deeper into the mid lane champion pools. We've got some creative
Caps
picks.
gets targeted more.
Yeah, LeBlanc now taken away as well. I think good news for G2 that they were able to win, especially against the Kiana from Kanavi. I think Rob highlighted it on the desk as well, but taking away some of these more niche picks that can often be difficult to play against when you don't see them as much domestically is a big win in the context of Fearless.
Jarvan, I think, is a very important jungler in Game 3 especially, because when we think about the most meta, the most potent, the most effective early game junglers, I feel like Jarvan raises very high on the list, and I imagine both these junglers will want to get their hands on the pick. But is it something that's worth first picking? Is it safe enough to pick this early in the draft when we know that especially a team like G2 has so many creative options?
Yeah, I usually like seeing at least one immobile carry for the opponents to lock in, to then be able to use it. But as you say, Kanavi has been insane with this champion. Definitely very, very scary if they decide to early pick it. Of course, Kanavi's been very scary on a lot of champions.
That he has, but you highlighted Jarvan, his most played in Split 3/Summer. And a lot of the mobile 80 carries, off the board.
Well, Ezreal is the biggest one, right?
Kai'Sa as well,
yeah.
so.
Yeah, Trundle is still available, so that one's definitely pretty high priority.
Sion also up, which means we may be in a situation where, an early Trundle denies or at least warns against an early Sion.
So this could be the Kled Trundle type of draft that we could see from G2, depending on how confident Top Esports is to blind pick the Sion. And I think picking the Trundle is a really smart adaptation, because then it deters the Sion pick away from G2 and it still allows Top Esports to get it for themselves.
G2 is an awkward position to be in, right? Sion has been so consistently high value, kind of, unless you can 100% shut him down in the early game, which is technically what TES did to G2 in that first match in Swiss. This is a champion that feels kind of this inevitable front line that will be hard to deal with, but with a Trundle locked in, G2 may be forced to give it away.
Poppy also got through the bans this time around, so as we progress and we start to see, you know, dash carries actually picked up, gonna have to remain cognizant there, see if they decide to get that powerful pick. All right, we get a pushing bottom lane here.
And it seems like the read that you had, Vetty, talking about pushing lanes, lane dominance early on, and this could be big. Locked in, cast your minds back, 2024 MSI. It was Yike on this Ivern, double 80 carry compositions for G2, and Top Esports helpless from minute 1.
Cast your mind back a few hours. We were in the back room saying, wait, does Skimon play Ivan? We were going back to logs. Yeah, he's got a few
I mean, I was just going to pretend we knew that. I wasn't going to go back to like, wait, does he play
But
it?
I mean, I didn't expect it in game 3. I saw that Trundle and my instincts immediately went to, I think Ivan could really be good here just because it facilitates this idea of a strong pushing bot lane. But I don't think Top Esports have responded poorly by going for the Ezreal Karma. They've gotten a bot lane duo that can look to match this Caitlyn with good range, good safety, and good wave clear.
Ivern is one of the champs that's always so annoying for Trundle, though, because it does have so much CC that can lock him up.
Now, if you are an OG fan of Lebrov, you love to see this Thresh. If you are a 2025 fan of Lebrov, it's been cursed. Multiple high-pressure LEC finals in clutch games, the Thresh was brought out. It failed catastrophically. Not entirely because of the pick, but this is a massive sign of confidence for the G2 support, and we're going to have to see if it pays off.
Wow, okay. A lot of trust being given to Lebrov. He wants to play a champion that he is extremely comfortable on it. He has a long history on it, and we'll see how it performs.
Where are you on that scale, Vedius?
Pessimistic.
Okay.
I think that Thresh is just kind of a bad champion, if I'm being really honest.
That's my guy. That's my guy. That's yep.
And I think that Karma just has so much poke. The problem for G2 right now is the lack of lockdown, I feel like, that they need for a champion like Ezreal. And for Top Esports, I think that they just want to try and stack up the range. They want to make it as difficult as possible for G2 to close that gap. The question is, what direction do they go? I think removing the Scion is a good adaptation. The Jax, a comfort pick for Broken Blade on the top side, also removed from Top Esports. And you can see how the approach, G2 trying to remove some of the more traditional standard meta things that can just be synonymously strong with a lot of what Top Esports already have. Top Esports really targeting some of these comfort picks, the LeBlanc, the Jax. I wonder what else to look to try and remove from G2's pool.
Yeah, I mean, TES are showing pretty dang good poke comp, and so poke comps are worried about the hard engage, so Kled definitely makes sense with all those Kled comps that G2 did run. But Trundle Pillar with Karma and Ezreal is like a shooting gallery of poke damage towards the mid game. See how effective they can be with it. Root Collars and death sentences from the side of G2 are pretty easy to dodge when you've got the extra speed that TES have.
Nope. It looks like a relatively safe blind pick for the G2. In the Renekton, of course, synergizes nicely with the Root Collar from the Ivern. This TES now debate on what their final 2 picks are going to be. Now, as much as I'm skeptical of the Thresh, it's important to highlight if G2 can pull ahead early on, Thresh is a fantastic champion at snowballing lead the hooks that can come from Fog of War. That said, the range discrepancy between these two teams right now is starting to feel enormous.
Again, I just love the poke comps that are centered around Trundle Pillar. Trundle Pillar is just such a good ability at setting them all up, and so Hui makes a lot of sense here for TES. We have seen 369 with amazing Aatrox.
I mean, we saw it in the Swiss game. We ran it side by side with the Shy replay that we all know
seen
is
a lot of
cursed.
Aatrox, okay?
And I'm just saying they looked pretty much the same.
They only had 2 different champions in their first game here in Swiss versus G2. Instead of the Hui, they had Orianna. Instead of the Ezreal, they had the Yunara. But
really? Caps' Silas into this much range does... You know what? I question the Lucian. Great pick from Caps. I mean, what you've got is... Ivan has a lot of champions to support, whether it be Caitlyn on the back line or Sylas/Renekton on the front line. Sylas both and Renekton are great skirmishers in their ability to threaten back lines, into work together and lock down a target and make it difficult for them to play. But again, Top Esports have a huge amount of range. And I've always thought one of Renekton's biggest struggles is closing that gap against champions like Hui and like the Ezreal.
Yeah, I favor Top Esports side here pretty heavily. Them having really good poke damage, really good speed discrepancies here. I feel like the pressure on G2 was to pick something that is going to be able to close the distance and get the engage, and that is going to be difficult for them to accomplish.
They have the Silas, they've got the Renekton, the Root Caller. Still going to be so hard for them to get on top of these key targets. And again, game 1, all about early domination. Game 2 for G2, the same, through that Lucian Bard. Game 3, the advantages in lane have often been the key component of who comes out on top. It has not been about late game scaling or team fighting. It's been about massive early leads, and G2 may need to find one again if they want to fire back in this game 3.
1-1, game 3. After the first game, the hope died a little bit for EU fans, but then G2 bounced back, and we find ourselves in a tense series. Winner of this will go to match point. Will be one step closer to the semi-finals at Worlds, while the other will fall further behind and closer to being sent home. G2 with position on the bot side of the map. We have to bear in mind the split map. Both AD carries want the support of their junglers. They'll be contesting for that push, and we'll see if either side try and fight for early enemy jungle control.
Let me remind you, in the game in Swiss that they did play, Kanavi absolutely ran the early game with the Trundle. He had really good pathing down towards the bottom side. He helped out Jackie and Hung with the dive, and so it's kind of a flip of what G2 just did to them. We'll see which team can pressure on the bottom side. If this Ezreal plus Karma poke damage is going to land in the early stages, then it should be TES here setting up for a similar game plan.
And it is important for TES to find those early leads, because as much as they have the range advantage, G2 have a lot of CC. They have a lot of tools. If they find a lead, make it very easy for them to play out the fights. TES need to be clean on the movement, need to pick the right angles. Early lane should favor them. Rob obviously can get early access to the death sentence, but Karma Ezreal, I mean, it's been an oppressive 2v2 for 10 years of League of Legends at this point.
Lebrav needs to mitigate the incoming damage. Try and not take too much poke damage as they're fighting over the push. Meanwhile, Trundle will be pathing down towards this bottom side as expected to try and make use of the Karma Ezreal poke. Same thing in mid lane though. So G2 are going to have to deal with both mid and bottom being kind of weak points as far as the push goes. Silas, of course, always has the opportunities for going for all-ins when you have an Ivern jungle. And that's the one thing Cream does have to be a little bit careful of.
Nice trades there from Cream, though. Punishing Caps when he can. The farm from Caps, pretty solid overall, as Broken Blade at the very least has push on the top side of the map. Those hooks from Lebrov, there's going to be one going wide, and that gives that bot lane that extra push.
Also remember how quickly Ivern clears. So first clear, you always have to be worried about the Ivern early move, because you do have this extra time over pretty much all other junglers with the super quick clear, and he's going to use that time to go towards mid, as we were talking about, trying to help Caps out, maybe with a possible all-in.
Instantaneous fear. Good use of the despair from Cream just to make sure the Caps is forced back. Does allow Caps to, at the very least, push out the wave, get a moment for himself, but Kanavi now looking to punish. Cream still moving in. Root Caller going to hit. Root doesn't quite connect. G2 are able to walk away, but obviously playing a little bit on the edge there, because Trundle can do so much work in those early skirmishes.
And the other part of this is that you know this Ivern's been chased up to the top of the map. So that allows Hong and Jackie Love here to continue to try and throw out some poke and try and wear down on the Caitlyn and Thresh extra potions that they have. Currently, Lebrov is dry on potions. No more sustain left for him for the Thresh. And that's the one that's going to be in pain as they continue to focus.
Early back coming through from Caps as he'll TP back into the middle lane. Cream, once he clears out this wave, I imagine will look to do the same thing. Hook!
Hook connecting, forcing a cleanse out from Jackie Love.
Now that trap combo is scary, so he wants to avoid as much damage as possible. Now, Skewmond making his way top lane.
Blake can just leverage the stun here. Infernal Chains do pull him back, but it might not matter. Skewmond, decent damage now coming in. The shield, extra slow there. Broken Blade still waiting for that cooldown, though. Might not be able to finish it. Does not want to go under tower. One more auto, and Skewmond manages to seal the deal.
Beautiful CC combination. Renekton stun into Rootcaller from the Ivern, and G2 grab first blood again.
I really didn't think that Broken Blade would actually have the damage to secure that kill, but they're just able to secure it. Caps misses out on the cannon minion as Cream with fantastic pressure in the 1 versus 1. Hung now hovering around mid lane. Trundle isn't that far behind either.
Severing Bolt, a Mantra Q to come over the wall perhaps, as they spot Caps. They see Skewmond as well, so they decide not to risk it. Instant Flash comes in, of course, Ivern. Pretty obnoxious champion to try and counter jungle.
Yep. When he has that smite available, there's not much that you can really do. But Broken Blade on this Renekton now in a great position. We know that when this champion gets a little bit of a lead, it becomes very difficult for his lane opponent to reclaim control over the wave. And so getting that Renekton ahead early, a nice advantage for G2 that should set up Broken Blade for success.
Yeah, if G2 can get their front line ahead, having the empowerment of Ivern, then they can really bully this TES squad. Something they have to be very careful of. Again, they get the resets right back out. You get the early Dark Seal plus your Lucidity boots here. So Skewmond definitely set up to make some of these counter plays. If him plus Lebrov can clear out the vision through River to allow these roams back and forth.
Hansama, flash forward from Hong, looking to lock him down with the root and still manage to connect as Kanavi moves in. That's the pillar locking in as well. Jackie loves W going a little bit wide here as Hansama tries to back out with the lantern, denying the play. Lebrov ready to body block as well as Cream is moving forward, has access to the ultimate, the Spiraling Despair. Lebrov still frontlining Skewmond, the shields. Going to keep him standing for now. Lebrov is forced to flash away. TES with control of the bot side rivers. There's an all-in top. Dominus already used by Broken Blade. 369 on the way out with the Whirlender. Should just be able to walk it off.
That priority on bottom lane, though, is going to result in full river control for TES. Kanavi goes off of the Dragon to look towards mid instead, but there's no flash on Lebrov.
Kanavi now level 6. Caps level 6 as well. Moving in right into Cream. Might be able to find the 1v1 as Kanavi now starting to run. Caps can just take the ulti away and look to finish the kill. Kanavi forced to use the subjugate to stay standing. Cream debating if he wants to commit to this, but it's Hong and Jackie Love on the way in. Caps, quick dash out with the abscond. We'll just be able to retreat, but both sides fishing for these angles, looking for these plays.
I really thought Caps would commit harder, but he has much better map awareness than I do, realizes that the bot lane of Top Esports is ready to collapse. They can probably collapse quicker than he would be able to get that kill and get out. So instead, G2 choose to disengage. A lot of respect being shown towards Top Esports. He's going to steal the Karma ulti just to connect the Mantra Q to interrupt Cream's base. Nice little play there from Caps. He's not really going to have much mana, though. This cannon wave going to force Cream to stick around for a little while longer, as it's actually bought time for Hansama to make his way towards mid.
Lebrov going to use the Lantern to bring Hansama into mid lane that much faster. Only looks like a single melee minion. Not even that will get denied, so good lane assignments from G2. Good use of the Lantern once again.
It was a scary situation in the river there. Hung with great awareness that tether range, as long as he flashes early enough, Hansama wouldn't be able to escape from. And in conjunction with Kanavi, it was so close to getting a big kill onto Hansama, but as you highlighted, Dracos, the use of this Lantern, something we haven't seen, it feels like in years, coming to full effect here in Game 3 of this best of 5.
And the other big thing is Wall Thresh can be a very feast or famine champion. If you're the team who gets to set up first, he can feel so powerful.
Yeah, same thing for Caitlyn and the Caitlyn traps. Nice little brush line here is going to allow the quicker stack up as well. Lantern safety is still there. Nicely done from G2. All 3 grubs acquired.
A bit of a misplay there, though, as Hansama and...
Broken Blade.
There's the cleanse out of Jackie Love, but both Skewmon and Hansama were in awkward positions there. Skewmon loses his flash as 369 ulties.
And they're traded. Infernal Chain's miss, and 369 doesn't want to push any further.
Cap's going to quickly get away to safety. Has the TP available very soon. Keep your eyes on the minimap, though. The rotation is going to come through from G2. This time around, it looks like they want to send Caps back to mid. They want to have Hansama go and catch that top wave. Dragon, it seems G2's more than happy to concede, as 369 is now fighting up against the G2 bot lane.
In respect to Broken Blade, this man is clearly very comfortable getting the short end of the stick, as he now likely has to lane against the Karma Ezreal, but instead, Top Esports don't want to stick around, don't want to push any advantage there, instead want to match lanes with G2. A moment of indecision. They did start the recalls, but they will now opt to stay in the bottom lane. Hansama and Lebrov do their best to pressure 369 out, try to maybe get some of these plates down.
Kanavi hovering the bot side of the map, knows that JackeyLove and Hung are in a position to get ganked, but also gives him an opportunity to invade.
Subjugate available. Skewmon in a position to cover the dive if they do opt to go for it. Laying down the brush. Using the shield to keep Broken Blade topped up.
Yeah, should be able to just grab the dragon there for TES. Top side getting some turret plate money as G2 continue to reapply pressure though.
I think Top Esports know that with the pressure they have in bot, the wave clear they've got in mid, this should be an uncontested objective. Ivan hovering around mid lane means that 369 shouldn't feel like he's in too much danger. Hansama and Lebrov will just fish for poke, and you can see the Ezreal ultimate as well. Coming through the top lane, trying to thin out that wave, also threaten G2's bot lane in the event of the dive, but Hans is more than happy to just play for plates right now.
And despite a difficult first few levels, right, where JackeyLove and Hong are able to put all that pressure down, Hansama and G2 have been able to bring themselves back in this game. It's a 200 gold advantage, but perhaps a bit too keen to take away some of these camps. Lebrov is there with the lantern. Can it get him out this time? The answer is no. Skewmon gonna fall, but gonna go move with the fancy footwork just in time for JackeyLove to snipe out the kill.
The triple wards dropped plus extra bodies on top of the lantern. Good luck clicking that thing. Zoom in all you want. Skewmon takes his own root collar into his death at the Gromp.
Yeah, really a big misplay there from Skewmon. He doesn't respect Top Esports' likelihood to swap to try and match this bot lane. And he ends up getting punished for it. Hung in a great position. And for now, Top Esports, they have advantages in terms of gold on the bottom side of the map. JackeyLove picking up that kill, very valuable for this Ezreal as he continues to work towards that Trinity Force.
And while Broken Blade does have a decent individual lead, 300 gold, 369, now level 9. Big break point for the Aatrox. Maximum rank of the Darkened Blade allows him to just essentially spam it infinitely. Individual matchup is going to be a bit more difficult, and G2, we know what they can do when they find those root collars. They have this short-range composition. If they get the setup, but it's still hard for them to find those angles if they're not pushing out these waves. First, however, Hansama remains a thorn in the side of TES in the top lane. JackeyLove not in a great position to all in, and so just has to accept being pushed in.
You'll notice an experience difference being built up between the two supports. Lebrov, a few more minions, and that will give him level 6. There it is now secured, but Hung has spent a lot of time hovering around JackeyLove to get what farm he needs. Kanavi running into Skewmon.
Pillar not going to stop too much here. Skewmon just lays down another brush to keep the vision. Waiting now in the darkness, JackeyLove. Hong have to be careful here. Lebrov, the threat range, they're going to risk the blind hook. Instead, knows that if they reset, they'll be able to fast push this top lane out and very likely take down this tier 1 tower.
Looks like it. I don't think there's much that Top Esports can do as they need to get the reset through. The objective's in a bit of an awkward spot as the first dragon was taken very late. Harold actually going to spawn before that second dragon. 2 minutes away. I imagine both teams will set their sights on it.
TES hitting their double Trinity Force spike for both Trundle and Ezreal at the moment as well. With these first item completions starting to come in across the rift. Navi little hover here shouldn't result in too much, but maybe Cream can get a little bit of extra pressure.
Cream happy to have the individual gold lead. I guess the question, gentlemen, is if we go late, we said earlier the range advantage for TES would be hard to deal with. Is keeping it this close favorable for TES?
I mean, I just feel like it depends on, are G2 going to be able to land some of their single target CCs? You know, they have the Silas stun, they have the death sentence, they have Renekton flashing in and single target stunning somebody. And then Caps, if you're looking at him stealing an ultimate, is he gonna, try and steal a Hui ultimate to try and make use of the big AoE slow? TES, I feel like they should be able to just keep up pressure, and they are at least gonna trade top side for bottom side pressure.
Trading sides of the map, of course, Trundle, a terror on those towers, and while there's a lot of tools to protect Hansama, not quite able to work through that objective quickly, even with the power of 3 grubs from the plays early on.
And I think Top Esports want to keep this going. Even with the grubs advantage that G2 has, they're going to commit to the recall. Broken Blade really can't afford to approach the wave. He has his ultimate to try and protect it, but Cream is on his way as well. TP committed.
Cream first on the move as well. I think sees the TP and all of TES just call the play off. Lebrov still looking for a bit of a hook here, but just posturing. not going to be able to find the angle. TES playing really well on that side wave to force G2 to respond.
And a nice catch from 369 as well. He's already going to get the push out. G2 have committed 5 members to the top side. They wanted to use the redemption to interrupt the back, but the prediction of where they were didn't quite come through. This should be an easy cross map for Top Esports as 369 will be able to secure that tower. The problem for 369 is, hook. He doesn't realize that there are 3 wards on the bot side of the map. TP is available for caps. TP is about to come up for Broken Blade. They could look for a very deep flank to get a collapse onto 369.
It's also 20 seconds away from that Mountain Drake. TES were able to grab the first cloud. Instead, G2 happy with the Herald. See if Caps wants to burn the TP down to this bottom lane tower. Instead, it seems like he'll be happy to catch the wave wherever it's at. TES, though, see an easy angle to set up around this Drake. G2 aren't going to have any bot prio. It will be difficult if they want to contest this. I think more likely that they just give it away.
Yeah, I think it's the trade. My question is, are they going to try and send 3 people towards Cream at the moment? We have Lebrov like looking over the side wall here to see if they can pressure this way.
I will say that XP going the way of Top Esports right now, mainly because 369 has spent so much time isolated in the side lane. Cream doing the same. They both have about a half a level lead as G2 pushing this top wave in with the Heralds. Not much the Top Esports can do to stop it.
Ulti onto Broken Blade.
Caps has to be so careful here. He is completely isolated from his team. And of course, when I say that, that means that he has to fight.
Playing on the edge. Lebrov obviously moving into the mid lane, as is Hansama, but Hansama has to be careful not to step too far forward. Has Skewmon to protect him, and not just 1 redemption, Vedius, but 2 ready to go. That said, TES, I think, pretty okay with this trade. Obviously, they had already lost the Herald, so losing a tier 2 on top of that isn't unexpected. Are still able to get pressure bot as well as the second Drake.
There's going to be so much healing and shielding in this game with the setups here. Question is, are they going to be able to keep people in long fights?
I mean, the fights are the part I'm most interested about, you know?
Like, please fight.
We've got a lot of speculation. We talked about in draft how it feels Top Esports' composition has a lot of range. They're very easy to play out, especially when contesting around these neutrals. But G2, they'll be reliant on finding these flanks. They have Ivan's support as well. Right now, with no objectives on the board, both teams will be prioritizing completing their items. Second items being worked across the board for both sides. But this Ivan, it's a champion that throughout my career, I've always underestimated how much scaling he really provides. And often we see him paired alongside other enchanters or engaged supports even. But I'm just thinking about Caitlyn with an RFC with an Ivern on top. That seems quite scary to me the later this game goes. And we've seen that type of combination pop off before. So really, who knows how this late game or mid to late game will play out.
And the big thing that I'll say for Caitlyn, and this is true with all the range CF has as well, is whoever gets first set up on that objective is in such a fantastic position. The brush, the traps, the ease of hooks when you know someone is going to walk into you, the general lack of people who really want to face check or are comfortable face checking on the TES lineup. But of course, the same could be said about the Ezreal range, the Hwei range. Either side wants to be late to the play or have to walk into what the enemy team is bringing.
It's also in these mid games where G2 is the type of team. I mean, we saw it in game 1 where they can just get caught. You know, because right now there's no real objective to play for. Mid is not an easy objective to siege on. And so I'm very cautious about how G2 play the map right now because your priority should just be soaking up as much farm as possible. Caps is slow pushing bot wave to scoop as much farm as possible. He knows he doesn't need to push because there's no need. There's no objective that he needs to be present for. There's nothing that he has to go and force. Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, Cream is just going to quickly clear out that wave so they can get it to reset off, and I imagine work towards that second item.
Yeah, and Caitlyn is happy to work to really end game crit builds and fully fill out. You know, Hansama definitely has a lot of potential as all these crit multipliers do start to come in and they can progress. You can put up the extra brushes, you know, for him to headshot from as well, and all of the healing and shielding that they have to kind of kite backwards. He can become this Caitlyn turret as we progress deeper on into the game.
369 potentially caught out on the side, immediately going to use the World Ender as Caps tries to chase. Flash away from the Abduct. Knows that if that single piece of CC hits, that Daisy very likely means there's nowhere else to go. So Flash and ulti burned from 369, 32 seconds ahead of that Otacon spawning.
I would be surprised if these teams immediately try to force the Otacon, but that Dragon looks like a juicy target. 369 with his Flash unavailable could be the target of an unsuspecting pick. And now he has to be so much caution on a side lane. That vision control on the bot side of that very much in favor of G2, but the opposite is true for Top Esports on the top side. Good river control, wards littered, making it very difficult for G2 to see anything, and that's giving Cream the safety to push out that top wave as well. He's pushing as deep as he can. That top tower, remember earlier, took a lot of damage, but now he has to back away. Hung heading up towards the top side, providing more information and vision. Kanavi just going to start this one off.
They still have no vision control here through the Tri-Brush. The ward, there we go.
Now they're going to take it away, and of course this is the difficulty for G2, is who face checks into Cream, into Jackie Love. Kanavi already pulling the Otacon back, doesn't want to be too close.
Kaelin's backing, they have no idea.
Now they suspect TP coming in from 369. Might not have Flash, might not have ulti, but there to back the team up on the objective.
If they don't have Kaelin, they cannot fight. So the timing window here for Hans walking back is just going to be too slow. This is for sure just TES objective.
And credit to TES, recognizing the strength of their own composition, that they had enough control on top side to go for it, not waiting for deeper vision, happy with just that Tri-Brush.
Yeah, I mean, just fantastic setup. Completely suffocate the vision from G2, have full control over the river, and then they use the Mantra E to speed through the river, head straight towards the Dragon. G2 is just watching from the top side after the Otacon has already dropped. Kanavi's going to be cheeky and even look to steal away the blue buff, and I think he's going to get it.
Skumon in no position to respond. Likely the third Drake to TES immediately following.
This could be the fight. Broken Blade's going back to buy. Caps
on the side, but spotted out by TES. Knockup is good from 369. Lantern going to pull him back. Decent ulti coming in from Jackie Love. Redemption getting those health bars right back up. TES pull away from the Drake, but Kanavi wants to fish for more. Pillar down in the mid lane, won't have much effect. Hook connecting onto Hung, but Labrov stuns himself to throw it down, and it's a severing bolt from the skies to knock him down. Caps will fall as well as Jackie Love fearlessly shifts forward.
The Jackie Love engage. He will arcane shift into your face, and they take down Labrov, they take down Caps, and they will take down the Dragon.
Top Esports are playing with their range flawlessly. G2 cannot approach at all. They suffocate G2 away from the vision, they take apart their HP, and they catch Caps out of position.
And this is why we thought this Thresh could very well be a liability. You can just arcane shift right on top of him as long as you have confidence to dodge the hook shot. But it started out with Caps being the one that was a bit of a liability here. No flash, chunked out, so they know Silas is out. This is our opportunity to just pounce.
Labrov, he's looking for a hook. He does connect it onto Hung, but then it's an easy chase down from Jackie Love and Cream. They secure a pick, they convert it into another one. And again, like the question comes back, how does G2 even really start these fights? And the way is, they have to be on the objective first. They need to be the ones forcing their opposition into them, controlling that space. But they haven't been able to do that this game as Top Esports goes to Soul Point.
Can they find a surprise pick?
Root Collar over the wall. Broken Blade immediately going to stun him. So much damage. Barely gets a chance to push the sub to gain. And likely still going to fall. The shutdown is there. 369 running, but the second Root Collar crucially does not connect. So G2 going to be happy with that single pick.
TES can push mid as a countermeasure, but honestly, yeah, whenever you're in doubt, go into the enemy jungle and look for a pick. They do find at least one here. Some money back getting Kanavi, but it's a little bit late.
Also able to grab the flash, using the Daisy to siege the tower here, but without more threat onto Cream, pretty effortlessly deletes these waves. Daisy gives them a few more autos, but Ansama can't afford to stick around, so the tower low, but they're not going to be able to grab that additional gold.
He can't finish that one off, but Cream quietly been farming away this game. He has a 1.1k gold lead over Caps. The Horizon focus giving him all that extra damage. Ezreal ulti not going to interrupt any backs. But this Ezreal just continues to get stronger.
Appropriate, given the skin. And I want to go back to what you said earlier, Betty, because you called out something that I think we haven't seen yet, which is neither side getting picked off too much. I think arguably Labrov's hook did catch him. And now it's eyes on G2, because they can't, if anyone gets caught on the side lane, the Baron is gone. But the scary part is TES have so much control over the mid lane in this pit that they might not even need to push that far.
Caps is on the long flank. Is this a good one or is this a bad one?
Caps up to the side. Subjugate going to keep him healthy for a damn long time, but hasn't used it quite yet. Redemption going in to heal him up as well. Extra shielding for the trigger seed, and down goes Daisy. G2 bully their way into the river, using the flank of Caps.
Well, they will get a bit of vision for themselves. Caps is going to go back to top lane to push out that wave. Broken Blade is even rotated up. He doesn't have his TP available, so he's wary of a fight breaking out. Caps is still fishing, though, as he clears out that ward. G2, they're just kind of looking for picks right now. Of course, that mid wave is such a difficult one to siege. I'd be shocked if they just started off the Baron. But Broken Blade now going to go back to bot wave. G2 have to retreat because he does not have that TP available.
Caps does get the ulti out of Kanavi. Had already burned the flash before. Caps' flash will also be up soon, so potential summoner spell advantage for the side of G2.
I mean, a much slower game than what we've been seeing so far in this series, but a very well-controlled game from Top Esports. Their objective control has been incredible. The way that they've been pressuring with their lanes has been good, and patience is the most important thing with a composition like this, and they've demonstrated it in abundance.
Yeah, and if you get an Ocean Soul on a comp that has so much poke damage and so much speed to disengage, like, I don't know how you make your fights to actually kill them. So this Ocean Soul to either side just adds tremendous sustain on what is already in the game.
And you can see, we talked about how much healing is in this game. Healing reduction is there for Cream. He has enough AoE to reliably proc it across a team fight. G2's only bit of healing reduction is on Broken Blade, and doesn't really, unless he's in the thick of it, isn't going to be proccing it a lot of those crucial targets. And against an Ocean Soul, this might be a bit of a nightmare for G2. Again, you're already outranged, and now when they hit you with something, they heal. That's just not a great position.
I mean, I'm personally very worried about a Hui level 16. You get the extra rank in that ultimate for Cream, and the team fights are just so hard to play for everybody except for Hansama, because the rest of G2 are going to be clumping.
The Brav, they're going a little bit wide, but now he's just completely isolated himself. Flash forward with the play. Broken Blade ready to come over the wall immediately into the back line, but Jackie Love is still standing for now, untouched. Broken Blade trying to move forward, but 369 perfectly interrupts. Jackie Love shift back over the wall, now able to free fire, but Hansama is firing back just as well. Trap down, Redemption coming in. The Kaylin needs to make the difference, but it's 369 into the back line with the triple.
Caps is going to run for his life, but 369 still on the hunt. Even though Caps survives, it does not matter. That is going to be TES awaiting the arrival of their Ocean Soul.
It does not matter the year, it does not matter the game, it does not matter the team. The LPL Aatrox comes all the same. It is the fear of all European teams as 369 comes up massively in this team fight. A triple kill secured, a soul secured. G2 find a flank into the fight, but it still was not enough as Jackie Love and 369 navigate the fight beautifully.
And they can endlessly start up Baron. They have Ocean Soul. They can sustain forever. Skumond is so far away on the Ivern. Steal is very difficult. Okay, Lantern can get him closer. Is the miracle here?
Skumond needs to get the steal. 5K getting lower. Caps waiting over the wall, taking a bit of poke already. Root down from Skumond. Ulti's coming in. Lebrov getting lower and lower. 369 looking to isolate him completely. The jungler deleted. Kanavi remains on the Baron. Caps hoping for a desperation steal, but it absolutely will not work. The Ocean Soul, the Baron empowering TES as they take the objective. Hansama, Q connecting, Infernal Chains, it's beautiful from 369.
Top Esports deny the steal from G2. Top Esports is hunting for more kills, and Top Esports is looking to go match point in this best of 5.
Lantern there, but TES running G2 down. Caps finally going in, but that's not a 1v1 you want. Jackie Love in melee range, fist fighting the Silas without fear.
And TES are inside the base. They've got Baron buff on. They can just go for the rest of the buildings.
Reset coming in from Broken Blade. Skumond there, but it's not enough. 39 seconds on Caps, 13 on Hansama. The True Shot Barrage will not connect, but TES just keeping the siege going. One tower to fall. Broken Blade marked up by the Spiraling Despair, trying to hold on to the mental in the final moments as the last member of G2 falls. Hansama there just in time to watch TES move on to match point, and they're making it personal as they take him down.
Kanavi flashing the JDG sign right there. Him and 369 want it back in semifinals.
A 6-0-6 scoreline for Jackie Love. The range discrepancy was too much for G2 to handle, and Top Esports go to match point.
That they do. Incredible stuff from this lineup. A much closer early game, much more even. But playing their comp beautifully. Both of these teams have made mistakes in this series. Both of these teams have been caught out. But Top bouncing back beautifully as we send it over to the AD.
Top Esports get to match point first, have their eyes set on that semi-final in front of their home crowd. And how did they do it? I think if you had to pick one reason why they were able to overcome G2 in this game, is it as simple as one missed decision by G2?
Maybe a little bit. I think it's always two faults in these situations.
Yeah.
I think that G2 was outmatched, had an opportunity to accept that, but instead doubled down. Because I think the initial setup on the first play that I think tilted, or we all think tilted the game, was all TES. I think they had a really good read there, and it was a very smart setup that then unfortunately led to the collapse of this game.
Yeah, I think it just all comes down to the Atacon play, to be honest. I think G2 had set up the game really well early. You get the early kills, you manage to set yourself up, but when you get to the position where you end up just window shopping at Atacon, it all falls apart.
You want to break my heart again in 4K?
Yeah, I'm very sorry, but we have to do it because I really want to highlight here, because TES are immediately full sending it on this Atacon. And the reason why is because if you look here for the Caitlyn, IE isn't done. That is a crazy spike. And right here, the battle lines are already set up. Kanavi can just do the Atacon by himself. And our real issue is not here. Here you're outmatched. TES identify that you're not able to do anything. But it's G2 still committing. They're still going. They got the IE and they're looking for the fight. But look at the Atacon. It's already gone. So now TES have first move towards the Dragon. You need two backs that still come through, and you're behind in double tempo. Just giving away Atacon, you could have gotten away if you traded for Dragon. But instead, now it's here, the entirety of TES set up on the river, Caps get found on the flank, and even with the double redemption, they again get pushed back, and Lebrov tries to make aero play, it doesn't work out, but that to me isn't the essence of it. They got straight up out macro 2 sequences in a row, and that was the end of the game.
Yeah, and especially when you've already given up this much space, like, that is the worst possible scenario for G2. The way their composition relies on is, we are going to control the space. You have to face check into Ivern, Qs, the hooks. This is where you're at your most dangerous, but the fact you end up giving it all apart just makes it miserable to play.
Yeah, and I feel like that's the sorts of games that I have seen G2 lose, is where they find themselves without much agency. Even though they're doing okay, they overplay somewhere where they don't necessarily have to. And conversely, the enemy is 2 steps ahead. And I think that's what Worlds is about, and this high-level play is about.
And if you're a TES fan, you're like, see, I told you my team was smart. They could do it internationally as well. See, this is what you see all year. And then the fact that they actually do it in the game is, I think, something that, at least on this one, as a TES fan, you're going to be super happy about.
Yeah, I mean, look, I was convinced that G2, at least from the beginning, might have had a chance, but this was kind of the straw that broke the camel's back. You've already just, right in front of Seoul, we have this full send where Lebrov ends up getting caught, and it could have been great if Broken Blade had actually gone on towards Jackie Love. I think maybe we had a chance, but it was the fact that you had to pull the trigger early because Top Esports were able to find the collapse, and at this stage, that game is already done and dusted, and it is heartbreaking because I think when we started this, the big thing for me was actually G2 had a wonderful start, and a lot of that was coming off the back of Skewmond on this Ivern, which I think caught people a little bit unaware, or at least Top Esports unaware, because he's only played it 4 times in his career. It's not exactly a champion you commit to Skewmond on, but in this sort of situation, it could have worked out great. They just couldn't quite find it.
They're copying their own homework from a couple of years ago, but the school has changed. So what are they supposed to do? When we go ahead now, the jungle matchup, maybe, Chronicler, I think Skewmond versus Kanavi was a big point coming into this matchup. Someone who is relatively untrained at this level versus someone who is so incredibly good at the early game. Do you think it's deciding this best of 5 a little? Or
Partially. I've also really seen both teams make a lot of decisions in draft that feel a little questionable to me. I think this Skewmond Ivern game, even though it didn't win, this was a smash hit for me. He did have the mistake towards the Gromp, but the early game pathing was good, which has been one of his biggest criticisms. I'm looking more towards that Silas for Caps. That for us didn't really hit the mark. I felt like there weren't a lot of great ults to steal, and we didn't really see him have the impact that he historically has on the pick.
If I want either of these teams to have success, though, it is coming down to...
What?
if I want either of these teams,
What
as
did
a
you say?
fan.
Did you say success?
Oh,
did you happen
sorry.
to say success?
Yeah.
What, atheist on the desk?
Did you say success
Do you
for
want
TES?
Do you want to say success for TES?
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
But I do think it's coming to the junglers. It's a case of controlling this early game. And Skewmon on the Mundo got that early game, picking game number 2, set G2 up for success. G2 had control of this game off the back of Skewmon once more. If you are able to have that for G2, I think that's your biggest bet for game 4. Otherwise, Top Esports, as long as Kanavi is able to dictate the pace of this early game, that is where they are most dangerous. And as they've just shown, they are more than capable of finding picks and more than capable of out-macroing G2 when push comes to shove.
I did hear that G2 will now finally move on to the blue side, so we're going to see a different plan in this 4th game of Fearless, which sometimes I think, shouldn't you be on the red side for that one?
I like the swap, but I feel like, for me, red side becomes stronger the deeper you go into Fearless. So
they must have some priorities that they absolutely want to drive home.
I understand the swap as well.
I get it. You got to try something else. You got to mix it up. Otherwise, it's going home for G2 Esports. But it is for TES. They are looking to drive it home and book their ticket to the semifinals here and get that ultimate success on home soil. Surely they don't get reverse swept.
A little bit wide, but now he's just completely isolated himself. Flat forward with the play. Broken Blade ready to come over the wall immediately into the back of the line, but Jackie Love is still standing for now, untouched. Broken Blade trying to move forward, but 369 perfectly interrupts. Jackie Love shift back over the wall, now able to free fire, but Hansam is firing back just as well. Trap down, Redemption coming in. The Kayla needs to make the difference, but it's 369 into the back line with the triple.
The First Lands have long stood against great evils. Much has changed. Much has not. The mighty still walk this world. March with us and shake the earth. Eternal aspect. Watch our battle. May the stars finally become our allies. Even you, gentle hearts, show us your hidden power. There is much to be learned. Weapons to discover. Techniques to master. The path of history turns always to balance. So let us remind them how this story will end.
Players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my god, forward by 9!
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Rocket Will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Genji! They are just going to ace them!
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Genji, the EWC winners!
Drake is now Doran, decent position, double
break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in! Bishop flashes in, and down goes Light!
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Take a deep breath, try to slow things down. Wish it away, but it's too late now. I am the storm. I am the storm. I am the storm, the charge in the air. I am the monster inside the mirror. So if you hear the devil whispering, be warned. I am the storm. You can't see me, but I'm always around. I'll get in your mind without making a sound. Run all you want, but I'll track you down. Ready to strike, and I see you now. I am the storm. I am the storm. I am the storm, the charge in the air. I am the monster inside the mirror. So if you hear the devil whispering, be warned. I am the storm.
Welcome back to Worlds 2025 and G2 versus TES as we drop hot into picks and bans. G2, after losing, have opted into the blue side and are looking to bring us to silver scrapes as the Jarvan, Aurora, Yunara, and Azir are already taken off the board.
Sion seems to be the pick that G2 want to get their hands on. With the Jarvan ban taken away, heavily suggests to me that that is their priority. Question is, will Top Esports look to remove it with the Aatrox gone as well? Feels like some of the good answers. Yeah, and that Mordekaiser is screaming the priority on the Sion.
Yeah, I mean, once Trundle has gone from Fearless, it is just everybody looking at those mega tanks. Sion, the premier one. Will TES be okay giving it over and looking for their counter?
It's a very good question. Still a lot of top laners.
Okay, so this means Talia's now open as a first pick, something that we've seen consistently banned away from Top Esports.
And I think due to a lot of the more creative jungle picks, we have an unusual amount of solid junglers within the meta still available. You highlighted Jarvan being banned. Pantheon, a champion that's dropped a lot in priority, but is still on the table.
What will that first pick be? Cheeky Draven hover. No, whoa! Draven first. I mean, we talked about how lane priority is important, but to lock in Draven first pick, wow.
We were also saying we wanted more proactive gameplay. We are going to get it here. Draven instantly, and remember, you can lane swap the Draven up to the top side to go 1v1 with a lot of top laners.
I really do love the Ziggs response though. It's a very safe, good wave clear. I would prefer the... Okay, I'm a little surprised to see them shift in this direction just because I felt like Ziggs was such a safe option in response. Zyra Khan likely going to be the lock-in for Top Esports as they get themselves, at the very least, a strong bot side.
Jackie's most played champion in Split 3. But obviously, the Ziggs felt like the safer pick. Instead, it seems like Comfort is the name of the game. Excellent engage, obviously relative safety once you get past that level 6. But G2 really the team where we need to see more to understand the confidence in this blue side Draven first pick.
I mean, I just feel like you didn't need to be much more proactive. In the games where we have seen them sit back and be fairly slow, it has not looked great at Worlds. And so this is a look that I think is much better for them. You get Nico, that is guaranteed action. Nico Draven here, so much power. The Poppy that we were talking about and has been left up is locked in. Broken Blade used this to solo kill Bin as the top lane Poppy. It could be, you know, flexed to jungle as well currently for Skewmond, so they're keeping that alive.
Yeah, I'm expecting it in the jungle. There's no way they voluntarily pick a Vi into a Poppy, though. That would be quite the surprise. Neferi makes a ton more sense.
And Neferi, of course, Kanavi not afraid to play the AD assassins in the jungle. Zed, the one that comes to most people's minds, but was extremely proficient on this champion as well.
All right. Question is now, mid lane, I guess, becomes the focus as Cassio gets banned away from G2. A little surprised to see the Cassio ban come through. I'm trying to think what that could mean. Perhaps another...
Taliyah to me. I mean, you mentioned it at the very beginning.
Yeah, true.
But I think the Taliyah priority could be very high, you know, banning that out as well.
You imagine that would come through from G2's side, as Top Esports will be the first to lock in afterwards. Annie going to be the one to follow. So yeah, this mid lane is definitely the target from both sides. The thing is, if Top Esports do lock in Taliyah, G2 still have LeBlanc. So they might be waiting for the Taliyah or the LeBlanc ban on the side of Top Esports before committing. Okay, so there's the Taliyah ban. But then it brings to the question this idea of LeBlanc. I don't love Poppy LeBlanc as a jungle mid duo, but it is one of Cap's comforts and go-tos that we've seen so far at this Worlds.
Yeah. And really getting deep into Cream's champion pool. Annie, of course, a champion we've seen less of at Worlds, but was comfort for him. And the utility alongside an AD assassin jungler is usually, at least the very least, the conventional choice. Galio, also another champion who has been completely taken out of the pool because he was played top lane earlier in the series. So Cream's going to need to dig deep to find a solid angle here.
The Yorick targeted towards 369, something he's shown a decent amount so far this year. Victor, I mean, I was just thinking to myself, is Victor, does it make sense here? I feel like it's a little slow for both sides, but with the mid lane pool going the direction that it has, it feels like that's just kind of one of the best options that you have. Scaling mid, mage, very safe, good wave clear. But the question is...
I want to see that attack.
Oh, wow. Okay. Syndra now the lock-in for Caps. Obviously a champion who can be really frustrating to lane against, considered incredibly vulnerable, but was buffed 2 seconds off of the Scatter the Weak cooldown. Makes her a lot more of a threat. Showmaker himself, that was his biggest complaint as to why we didn't see the champion more. Caps maybe feeling similarly as now the Ornn has come out too.
I love this. Throwing down the Syndra, having some kill threat level 6 on this Victor. This champion with no dashes to its name, it puts a lot of extra emphasis on the mid lane matchup here because either of them could be prime gank targets, and trying to keep track of the Nico can get very difficult as well.
You can hear the crowd getting excited of the prospect of 369's Gnar, something he's played a lot so far this year, and he's going to be bringing it out. I will say though, as good as it is in the matchup, I feel like G2's composition all kind of wants to do the same thing, hit the target that's in front of you, and with a Poppy, the ability to just remove someone from the equation, gain easy access onto the back line, and just their ability to start fights is definitely there. Whereas for Top Esports, they've kind of got a skirmishing jungler with a scaling mage, a proactive bot lane. I feel like Top Esports' comp, while it does have solid laners, kind of wants to do a few different things.
I mean, yeah, honestly, I want to see G2 getting this Poppy, early ganks towards Syndra, early ganks towards the Draven as well. He's got options there to be very aggressive, go Hex Flash Poppy, and try and put out some pressure towards the bottom side of the map, and just tell Broken Blade, you know, you're on farm duty up there, buddy. I know 369 Gnar is going to be annoying, but try and exert the jungle pressure to play off of Syndra and Draven.
I think the other thing we have to consider is the potential for that AD swap to topside, because Gnar, while he is a ranged champion, that range is incredibly low at early stages of the game. And look, you've got an Ornn, you can pair it with support. We've seen what it looks like when you just weather the storm and empower this Draven, right? Doggo gave the world the recipe, and we're going to need to see if G2 are going to replicate that, or perhaps how TES will respond. You can hear Shanghai come alive. It is match point for Top Esports. It's a bit disconnected, but comfort seems to be the name of the game as G2 try to bring themselves to match point, to silver scrapes with some spicy picks.
I mean, so one way to look at this comp from Top Esports is that Mega Gnar. We haven't really seen it much this year. It's a champion that has kind of fallen to the wayside, but it is game defining. You connect that multi-person ulti into a wall, the Victor combo on top of that, the layering of the feathers. You can see the team fight potential that this Top Esports composition provides you with, and Kanavi hunts down a low health target, gets that initial kill, and then all of a sudden Top Esports have control over the game. So we'll see how they navigate through this early game, and we look back at their
and remember, Top Esports, of course, a team that has always been held in high esteem but has always fallen short. 2020 was the last time they were in semifinals, the same last time that G2 was there as well. The pressure is on for them to close this out and to look convincing, because the competition only gets tougher from here. We already see an early level 1 evade, and it seems like Han Sama is being moved up to the top side of the map.
Yep, as we were looking for, they do the Draven swap, and they do use the Draven to help push Naafiri out of the jungle. Kanavi, though, he wants to stick around for a fight.
But I feel like, isn't Han Sama just losing XP top lane? He will path up towards there now, but so there's one minion, there's two minions, and that's 3. So he's just lost half a wave. 369 is going to clearly get level 2 first.
But have you read Draven's Q ability? Because it is very gross. Does a lot of additional damage, although the fact that Han Sama's not able to get that auto off the ward down, I might be wrong, Betty. Perhaps level 2 power spike from Gnar is enough for 369 to take full control.
And this jungle was split, but look at this. Kanavi is not done with it. The dog is back in his own jungle, and he's trying to sniff out the Poppy.
Skewmon now needs to make his way out. Kanavi still has access to the flash, so we'll take the big grub away. Han Sama has ticked over to level 2 as well, though, so he's starting to get a bit more control on the top side. Kanavi still with no red buff, but feeling much healthier overall.
I love that from Kanavi. You just grab your level 2 off your wolves and then go back to just aggressively fight this Poppy. This champion here has so much damage early on in the game as we see the root.
Blade rooted, Unstoppable not keeping him standing as LeBron and Broken Blade doing their best to hold on here. Jackie Love not going to overcommit, but that's the heal down. Kanavi moving in, takes the camp away too.
This guy is just too good, man. And Naafiri early on has so much damage threat here versus Poppy. Now he's got level 3 advantage.
Skewmon dashing through. Kanavi,
both.
Yeah, crucially not going to connect on the daggers.
Good little jukes there from Skewmon, especially the Q2.
I mean, really just great awareness from Kanavi. You're already singing his praises, Kobe, and I really just want to double down on that as they continue to put the pressure down onto this Poppy in the early game.
Kanavi coming to steal even more little Raptors. The daggers connecting this time, zoning Skewmon out of the jungle. And what started as a proactive level 1 in favor of G2 was incredibly well responded to by the side of TES.
Yeah, using the early power of the Naafiri, and the roam over from Rakan just completely locks Skewmon out of his own jungle. Huge clap back here for TES.
Cream getting some very nice trades in the mid lane as well, leveraging the early power that Victor provides. Broken Blade finds himself isolated on the bot side of the map. Farm-wise and experience-wise, he's not in the worst spot. Still holds onto his flash for now after TPing back into lane. But so much of this series has been about early game control. And G2 wanted to get off to an early game lead. They wanted to deny camps away from Kanavi. They wanted to isolate 369 and Han Sama to allow for this Draven to ramp up, but that has not gone the way of G2 whatsoever. Kanavi, with creative pathing and nice aggression, gets his team an early lead.
He wants to go protect his Krugs as well here, so as Skewmon was able to take away second spawn of Raptors, he knows it's too dangerous to stick around again at those Krugs. And Kanavi, again, will be able to defend it and pick it up. Hung as well has come over to help out as far as the 2v2 goes here for 369 to allow him to safely pick up the cannon wave.
But a really solid start for the side of TES. You highlighted it so well. Making the most of the bot lane 2v2 advantage, getting Cryo, really shutting Skewmon down. Hung taking a bit more damage than anticipated, but we'll heal it back up with the Gleaming Quill, and the map state definitely heavily favoring TES at this point in the game.
I mean, the good news for Skewmon is that catch-up XP in the jungle is a very powerful thing. He's going to make his way through his blue buff now, make his way towards the Wolves, and you can see the experience differential between the two junglers is not that significant, but of course, Kanavi still has all those bot camps to clear.
And Kanavi also got a reset off, so you know, having the extra inventory here really helps out in clear speed and is going to allow him to clear out those camps you're talking about, plus then pressure for possible even early dragons for TES. Reset does come out for Skewmon though. After his Raptor camp, you would assume. So he tries to finish it up.
Kanavi moving over. Double daggers, trying to take at least a few. Skewmon poked out a bit as he's vicious for the angle on the heroic charge, but Kanavi will just walk right out. He's content. He's already got so many of his own camps, has some to return to if he so chooses.
Yeah, I mean,
he just can't be stopped.
I just love the aggression that we're seeing from Kanavi, playing without fear. Even though his bot lane didn't even have that much prio, he's just like, hey, this Poppy really can't do anything to me. I'm not afraid to fight him in the enemy jungle, and maybe I can put him in an uncomfortable spot. And to be honest, I feel Skewmon is quite uncomfortable with how this early game is going.
Luckily for him, though, he did just barely finish off and smite the Raptors.
369.
Excuse me?
What? He wanted to flash ulti and then decided against it.
I have to believe that was the plan.
Maybe it was like
no buttons after flashing.
I mean, I was in middle school once. I remember you flinch, you lose. And credit to LeBron, he did not flinch.
Was it could have also been he was maybe typing timers?
Typing timers, fair, fair. Someone might have in all chat said D to dance. We can check that with production.
Let's investigate further. Rewind, enhance. Let me get the comms.
Yeah, and for now, we can meme about it. But if in the next 5 minutes he goes down, that's really going to hurt because he's been pretty comfortable despite laning against the Draven. Now, however, Caps just trying to clear out mid as best he can. Obviously very easy for Cream to trade early on. Caps wants a few more shards. Really would love to upgrade that Dark Sphere at 40 to get the extra charge.
Kanavi very close to level 6. Once he gets his red buff, he'll be able to pick up that. The mid wave in a very awkward spot right now as it slow pushes towards Cream. Which means that, where are they actually sending Caps? He seemed a bit indecisive. Thought he was pathing towards bot first, but now he's going to go catch this mid wave.
Yeah, and Broken Blade does have his teleport ready, so he would have teleport advantage over 369, but since that rotation you're talking about delayed him, the Ornn is actually kind of slow to the bottom wave at the moment, and 369 is working away at a turret plate down there. So he's got the extra pressure already applied.
G2, though, taking the time, hoping that they can get control of the grubs. Have the Scuttle Crab down. Caps see some damage there. Skewmon potentially ready to flash over the wall. Look for the angle onto Cream to find the stun. Sama getting ready to fight, but they're at a man disadvantage for now. Skewmon and Caps on the way up. Remember, the Draven. The potential gold income from the stacks could be massive, but Hansama is zoned away completely right now, and they recognize a window of opportunity. Kanavi immediately going to go forward. Hung not able to find the knockup. A clever use of the heroic charge from Skewmon. Hansama off to the side. Eyes on the Draven. The knockup is there, and Hung might just go down. That's the ulti, and the first blood to G2.
Kanavi wanted to steal away a grub, but he gets Ornn ulted.
Ornn called. Kanavi still running, zoned away from the objective. LeBron pretending to be a melee minion.
They've TP'd Broken Blade up here, though, and that's just giving 369 free access to this bot tower. It is good news for G2 that they secure first blood and they get those grubs, but 369 on the meanwhile has nearly soloed this tower on the bot side of the map. It is not a completely one trade for G2, as still 4 members of Top Esports walk away from the grubs.
Yeah, you kind of trade a Cashin for Draven for a bunch of extra turret plates and further accelerating the Gnar for the side lane pressure that he's going to apply. Plus, with the added benefit of G2 got the 3 grubs. So also the objective to their name.
But we look back at the play and the heavy commitment onto Labrov, I think, was a bit of an overforce. Hung flashes to knock up Skewmon, but he uses Kanavi to get away to safety. The gravity field tries to slow G2 away, but Hansama gets the ult off. Cream forced to back off a little bit as Labrov, level 4, very weak.
The spells, Kanavi No access to the ultimate, so won't be able to chase, but they do get the flash from Lebrov. Crucially, we've seen that the teams that are comfortable just running into the Nico, collapsing on her before she can start the fight, often have the most success. Skewmond now backing Lebrov up as they take control of the Scuttle Crab. Caps continuing to pressure Cream out in the mid lane. Cream low on mana, opted for early MR, knowing how lethal the Syndra can be, but hurting in the overall mana department, will be forced back.
Yeah, nice move here from G2. They use this Draven power on the bottom side of the map to push in bottom lane and guarantee that they can then shove Kanavi away from the Scuttle Crab and get the Dragon on top of it afterwards here. So really playing around the Yuntal completed Hansama. Getting that cash in to get this item very early really helps out. You stack it up quite quickly here. And speaking of stacking, you know, Syndra is a real scaling champion now as well, since there's so much more emphasis on getting those splinters and keeping track of those break points there for Caps.
Caps, though, going to get ultied up by Cream. Tries to zone away, just get control of the wave, but ulting for wave clear means he won't have it in the next fight. We are still 4 minutes away from any major objectives, however, so pretty comfortable to do so as G2 continue just to leverage the strength of that Draven. Love that you highlighted. That 700 gold in the fight might have been a pickaxe. Instead, it's the full item completion, which really does make all the difference in terms of whether or not TES can approach.
And on the top side, there's not much that Top Esports can really do to cross-map. Jaculov finds himself in a similar position to Game 2, obviously not as far behind, but being zoned away. We'll pop that cleanse.
Pull back on the
TP
feathers
as well.
Excellent position for G2 to be in. And you can see Broken Blade immediately just rushing armor. It's so fantastic for the lane matchup, but also makes the dive a nightmare for Kanavi. This is usually why we talk about split damage types being important, as we see Jaculov forced to ult, traded with Hansamas.
I think there's so much value for G2 being accumulated here. And it all kind of stems from the early breakpoint they achieved off Draven, because you saw the teleport down to the bottom side from 369 that allowed Broken Blade similar situation on top side, where he pushes that minion wave in, and Victor has to just walk his way up there.
Ooh,
369
here.
thinks he's safe.
Level 9 though. Ulti available, as is the flash. G2, they've got Skewmon in the way, but they need to be careful not to go too soon. Root does connect onto 369. They spot Skewmon now coming in. Hansama forced to flash away. 369 manages to connect with the wall. Flash forward, 2 into the wall, and here comes Kanavi! 369 playing with patience, punishing G2.
Oh, 369 is insane! He alley-oops into the wall for Kanavi to clean it up. Comes down and gets 2 kills onto the Nefiri. That is absolutely insane for a play that G2 had been waiting for and prepping for, waiting in the brush.
Excellent patience demonstrated by Top Esports, and getting that kill onto Hansama as well to try and slow this Draven down. Kanavi will pick up 2 kills. The superstar of this team being put in a position to carry is a great way for Top Esports to reclaim some control here in Game 4.
And Kanavi is going to become a problem. Hansama's strong, but for Lebrov, for Caps, the kill threat is massive, and how easy it is for this dog to dodge the cooldowns, dodge those crucial abilities. So they're going to need to be careful on the side lanes. You can see the pings down now onto Caps. Kanavi moving down. Caps will see this coming. But Kanavi taking his time to move in. A nice backstep. Scatter the Weak is going to be big here. Eyes on Caps. 369 starts to stack the Rage. Ulti's still not quite available. They managed to lock him up. Going to try to burst him down because it's Broken Blade out of nowhere on the flank to secure the kill.
Top laners really want to be bot lane. They TP to bot. Broken Blade assists with the kill. He'll help his team get the first tower of the game as well. Cream will be left isolated top to pick up farm where he can. But was Top Esports now being the proactive players looking for a pick onto Caps in the bot lane. Turns as Broken Blade arrives with a good TP.
Yeah, the good TP. Ornn ultimate, they get the kill, they get the first tower. I mean, the next kill is going to determine the feats or the next objective for G2. They are very close to getting them. Top side here is kind of being answered and will eventually go down, so is at least going to be Cream, the victor, getting some extra money in recompense for TES.
And I mean, the gold is so close. First item starting to be completed across the board. Very different from the previous game where it felt like G2 were kind of compositionally being bled out, didn't really have a lot of angles of attack. Both teams setting their sights on the Drake and the Herald. Perhaps just a trade of objective. But maybe G2 want to leverage the strength of this Draven to force a fight.
I mean, right now, the Draven isn't that much scarier than Jackulov is. Does, of course, have that BF sword, having foregone upgrading his boots. It looks like he's heading towards Infinity Edge, which I will say is a bit of a surprise compared to the BT that we often see. Caps not quite connecting those skill shots onto Hung as he navigates his way around that. But the vision battle begins once more. The Herald is alive. It's G2 to start off this objective as 369 looks to secure another tower for his team.
369 gained and then lost a bit of a gold lead in the isolated 1v1 after Broken Blade was able to TP in and get that first kill. Cap zoning Hung off. Cream now moving in. Just a bit of cheeky poke. Won't be able to steal away the Herald. G2 are able to secure it in exchange for the bot lane tier 1 as you highlighted, and as is the feats.
My big question is going to be, how can G2 play side lanes later on into the game with this Gnar having Trinity Force already for 369? I know he is going to allow TES early moves on a lot of these objectives by pushing in one lane. There's not a lot that Broken Blade can do about it except kind of like collect the wave once it gets up to the secondary tower. And it does result in a Chemtech Dragon here for TES.
Absolutely, and Syndra is also not a great side lane champion. Admittedly, Victor isn't the best, but he does have that additional movement speed that he gets from his upgraded Q, which I do believe he has right now. So G2 kind of have to cover this side lane. They have to overstack, and they have to leave Broken Blade on the weak side of the map in order to really play through these side objectives. Caps will secure that tower, equalizing us.
Teleport play here. They're trying to pincer 369.
369 starting to back up, extra movement speed from the Hyper proc. Ulti out, not a lot of rage stack trying to bounce, but he's not going to find the angle. Instantaneous knock up, the Fury stacking, 369 living for an extra moment, but not nearly long enough. Cream comes down, but it's just too late.
Ooh, G2 bursting down just in time. Close to going mega there, but the teleport from Caps is good. That's how they're going to attack the side lanes. They teleport this Syndra in, they 2v1 it.
They also get Cream's teleport, which is just an extra advantage gained for G2. They will swing the gold lead ever so slightly in their favor, but that's what this game 4 is all about. These small swings back and forth. We're still waiting for that big momentum shift as objectives are still ways away.
I mean, 2 minutes, just about 3 until that Otacon. Usually the make or break point for so many of these games. Remember how important the flowers are, how important that experience could be for Broken Blade on this Ornn. The items he's able to give out. For the side of TES, they found some good picks, they found some good angles. Kanavi is 2-0-0, but it just hasn't been consistent when it comes to these fights. It seems like G2 have been trading up across the board.
You can see Lebrov is hovering around bot lane. Jackulov, he's looking for a bit of a fight, but Skumon will be forced to retreat, knowing that Kanavi is in the river. I've been keeping track of the gold, and Hansama is very close to his Infinity Edge. This minion wave should, in theory, be enough to get it for him. Wait, did he actually get that cannon minion?
I'm going to say yes.
I'm going to have to say yes as well. All right, he's going back to base, so I'm going to assume that he did. Empowered recall, and we should see the Infinity Edge now completed. So that's a big spike for the Draven.
Yeah, his Yuntal is already fully stacked up, so he has the full crit from that, plus IE, very big power spike. 369 does slip away.
Nice escape. Jackie stunned. An extra second as he tries to turn back onto Caps with the feathers, forcing the heal out. The additional movement speed takes him away, but now he needs to be scared of Hansama.
They get the cleanse out from Jackulov. It's a scary position for Desire to be in. There's a lot of things that he has to be cautious of. The root from Lebrov, the stun from Caps, getting knocked into a wall by Skumon, and then of course Broken Blade's ultimate. He has to be very decisive around which one he uses his ulti in response to, as G2 will be gunning for Jackulov in these fights.
Yeah, and Broken Blade with the massive armor stacking here. So Jackie's going into very early armor penetration for himself. G2, I like this move with the Rift Herald. They have extra pressure towards mid lane.
And so much threat. You can see the range of the Scatter of the Weak from Caps makes it so easy to poke out Kanavi. Jackulov, shorter range, all things considered, so can't really walk up to that wave without risking his life, as he doesn't have the ulti. He doesn't have the cleanse, and you can see it's hurting. Knock back into the wall onto Hung. Is forced to use the quickness. Taking his time on the blast cone as G2 remain laser focused on this mid wave. Kanavi waiting over the wall, but spotted out by Lebrov, crucially.
Look at bot lane though. Cream doing what he's been doing very well throughout this series, just playing through these side lanes, pushing out what waves he can, collecting farm to get that slight edge over Caps. While he is behind in gold, he holds on to the XP lead. Caps going to be a little late to go and catch this wave, as Cream is already back out on the map.
And Caps has been stacking those splinters I was talking about pretty effectively. He's already passed the 80 break point, and so he is almost at the 100 for the execution for his ultimate ability. It's not going to be ready for the Otacon fight, though.
Skillmon's already started this objective. The TP early used by 369. Both teams looking for a brawl.
No control over the opposite side Tribush from G2, but it seems like they are unconcerned. Happy to just force the front to back. Hung on the flake. No quickness available, but he does have access to the exhaust. 3K on the objective. G2 are trying to burn it down, but Kanavi's not having it. The Forge God called. Broken Blade exhausted. Knocked out. G2 hand delivering the objective to the side of TES. 369 wants a bit more. The Hyper Procs coming in. Scout of the week. Pushing back TES, but G2 losing so damn much.
Yeah, G2's hopes come crashing down as Otacon is stolen and they are killed in retreat. I saw 7 HP on that Otacon and Kanavi is able to get it. They also kill Skewmon, pushing him out.
And it's Cream that gets the double kill as well. This Victor, a full level up over Caps, accelerating into the mid and late game. Top Esports, we were saying, what will be the fight that really breaks this game open? And I think we just saw it. Top Esports now with a huge advantage here in Game 4.
We take a look back at this fight, and again, as good as G2 looked before this, they make it look effortless for Kanavi.
And they saw the flank from the Rakan as well around this side, and then the Victor puts so much pressure, so much damage out. Flashing in immediately, Skewmon trying to escape with his life, but he just burns down. And they could not clutch it.
I think G2 just played way too fast. They funneled themselves into this narrow choke. We go back to live.
369 likely to fall here. Caps laying down a good bit of damage. They're going to give the cash out to Han Sama, crucially. Big chunk of gold, 1,000 immediately into his pocket.
I completely agree as far as the Otacon fight, though, Vedius. I mean, G2, they position themselves against this big wall. They kind of take away their own mobility options, and they put themselves into a very, very bad position. And they're the ones who start out the call must have been that they could, like, burn it down really quickly.
Well, I think it's what Dracos was saying. The no ulti on Rakan is what I think they really wanted to exploit, which is why they weren't afraid of him being on the flank. But they just completely disrespected the damage that Cream can put down on a narrow choke point like that. And then for Kanavi to get that steal, maybe they even believed even if we lose members, as long as we get the objective, it'll be a worthwhile trade. But they lose the Otacon, they lose the fight. And Top Esports, I will say they had a 2K gold lead. That's disappeared, but that's just because Hans Sama did cash in.
Hans Sama's printing money right now. He is causing massive inflation. This is all very misleading. But
Drayflation.
Yeah, Drayflation. The Coinbase gold grind. Obviously, the others is actually his passive gold. You can see he's already earned 1640 from it as LeBron looks like he might be caught out here. Chase coming in from Cream. Nice rocket belt to get him out to safety. Immediate knockback from Skewmon. But G2 don't really have an angle to push any further. Just a trade of abilities. And Lebrov able to walk away with his life.
369 coming in from the flank, though.
Not going to be able to burn him down. That is one tanky Gnar. Kanavi there as well. Hong now has the ultimate waiting for the W from Skewmon. Excellent patience for the Poppy on G2.
The TP is used by Broken Blade. He's gotten involved in the fight. He has his ultimate, but he's hesitant to throw it out. Top Esports just playing with their food.
I mean, health bar's just getting chipped away. The Feather Pole from Jackie Love, the Death Laser from Cream. Hopefully Han Sama has enough lifesteal that he starts to heal back up, but neither side wants to pull the trigger on the engage.
But they get the TP out from Broken Blade, a big summoner spell. And we talked about how Top Esports, it feels like they have an easier time playing through these side lanes. And we're also seeing it in the experience. Top Esports pretty consistently in this series have just kind of been higher levels than G2, and it's because of how well they play through their side lanes, picking up what farm they can. But you look across the board, level advantage in favor of Jackie Love. He's very close to level 14. Cream with a full level over his counterpart. Skewmon 2 levels behind Kanavi, who's just been power farming on the Rift. And 369 in a similar position with a level up as well.
And maybe taking the Otacon, all the experience that could have given G2, could have balanced the scales, but it's only put these solo laners further ahead when it comes to overall XP. As Lebrov is pretending to be a melee minion. Wasn't very convincing, but thought it might work this time around as TES That Baron just a few seconds away. G2 Noah trying to get a bit more control. Lebrov tries to read the dash over the wall, but Kanavi not caught out. As TES once again look to stifle control here, look to take away the vision of G2.
Yeah, I mean, very tense game at the moment. TES also have so much armor penetration with a Black Cleaver completed for Kanavi, and the second item, Lord Doms for Jackie. They can actually just go right through this front line, even with all of this stacking armor.
Seeker's arm guard for Cream, giving him that extra bit of safety, especially against the burst that Caps has, the threat that Draven has. The 3-item Draven, something that I think Top Esports will be very wary of. A minute until Dragon, the Baron alive. The tension that you were talking about, Kobe. This is do or die. Top Esports.
Ooh. Initially find Kanavi.
Just a bit of poke.
We'll just dash back.
Summer clearing out that vision. He's got to be very careful here.
Kanavi has to wait though. As long as Skewman has access to that steadfast presence, it's really hard for TES to force a fight. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, 369 shadowing, waiting to move back into the wave, matched up against Caps. He's not feeling too bad, but doesn't have too much MR to his name either, as G2 ready to fight over the Raptors.
Will go the way of Kanavi as he continues to drain the jungle of Camps. Take what farm he can. He's going to look to take the red buff as well. But Caps has a cheat code. Can just scoop that one up
for a few moments.
They don't have damage though, so.
No, it's denying the brief window of opportunity, but it is important, right? Red buff across 5 members at this point in the game is big.
Poke from Cream. Nothing to underestimate. You can see the health bars.
Kanavi already used the W. They see that as an opportunity to go in. Instant focus coming in for G2, but Kanavi still stands. TES have weathered the storm, and it's Kanavi now on a killing spree. Here comes home. G2 thought they had the angle, but Kanavi lives.
Top Esports hold the line. The engage from G2 does not set up the fight that they were looking for, and the response was brutal. Top Esports find 4. 369 is looking to take out Caps.
About to go Mega. One more hyper proc, giving him the extra movement speed. One more auto, the boomerang to get it done.
369 finishes the job, and TES will take the Baron.
We look back at this fight as G2 force and engage, thinking that they've caught Kanavi. But they can't quite coordinate. Syndra is separated from the team. This connects onto 2, the route onto Kanavi. The ulti is good from the Poppy, but then they can't quite close the gap. We turn back to live.
Another fight breaking out. This time Lebrov in trouble. 369 there. Kanavi on a rampage. Baron still empowering TES, but you said it right. They thought they had the angle. They thought they could kill the Nefiri. They didn't have the damage in the right place, and the entire fight fell apart.
I mean, Jackie Love and Kanavi, all they had to do was flash away, and that was enough. G2 then couldn't chase the rest of the fight. Top Esports played it patiently. They had a very nice re-engage, and you have to feel like that was the final fight of the series. A 6.5k goal lead for Top Esports, a Baron buff as well, another pick onto Lebrov. Things are falling apart for G2.
Ulti coming in from Kanavi. Goes intangible, and Caps just gets cut down. Everything connecting, the reset on the ulti there. Hansama not powerful enough. Skewman tries to get the space, and it's the cash out. TES overeager, the shutdown for Hansama, but the pressure still mounting as the tier 2 falls. The Baron still there, empowering the remaining members of TES. Just a 1-for-1 in the end. The gravity field coming in 2, the ulti to follow. Hung with an ulti of his own, looking to lock down Hansama, who for now is untouched. The lifesteal is there, and he's living for an extra moment, but here comes Jackie Love. Wants to make the difference. It's just broken blade, and Lebrov left. He is here to clean it up. No man left standing.
Cream even lives in TES. They are going to go inside the base. The Baron buff still on. They're looking at semifinals.
TES. They waited 5 long years. Jackie Love. 5 years since they've been to a semifinal. They don't want to wait any longer. They don't want to give G2 or Caps a moment to breathe. TES, take down Caps, take down G2, strike revenge for MSI, and move on to the semifinals.
A single fight was all it took. Top Esports outperformed in the team fights. Kanavi took control over the game, and TES will return to the World semifinals.
And control is the perfect word here, the name of the game for TES. Slow and methodical at points, but just turning it on. The objective control, the team fights. Well played.
A bow to the home crowd here in Shanghai. A 3-1 victory. It was convincing. After the game too, when multiple members were getting caught, the haters and the fans alike started to wonder, is this going to be another collapse? But you're so right, they stayed the course. They kept that composure, even in messy games, even when Han Sama got the shutdowns, when the Draven started to snowball. TES found a way. They kept their composure, and they closed out the series.
And for G2, the roster changes took them a step further. They will walk away with their heads held high, returning to the quarterfinals for the LEC. But this will be the end of their Worlds 2025 run.
The end of their run, indeed. Yeah, we're going to already start talking. Sorry, Dracos. Great cast on the day as we see Cabs bow to an audience that holds him in high regard, but he probably didn't live up to his own expectations when we come to this best of 5. And we'll be able to talk about that a little bit later. I do first want to shine a light on the victors here, Dagda, for a team that has been heavily scrutinized when they have stepped onto the Rift internationally, for a team that has been doubted at times in terms of if they could close the door. They really do in this one. I think their individuals stepped up and they had a sovereign performance.
And I think they did it in the style that they were known for in the LPL as well, which was this control. They just take over a game. They're very solid when it comes to objective setups, how they approach the macro, and being able to find that success in these moments and then letting the team fights come alive. And there was a couple of individual players that really stepped up across the team when it came towards those fights, but every single time it was at these objectives, they just knew what to do better.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think it was a series that came down heavily to decision-making, right? And they seem to be the team that was always making the better choices. They're the ones that are putting the pressure on the objectives. They're the ones that are going to autocon at the correct moments, setting up dragons at the correct moments. And I just felt like they played a really kind of calm, composed series.
Confident series, I want to say as well, because you're right, Maurits? You see that from a team. They kind of exuded as they were walking on the Rift, knowing that, no, we have the right reads, so technically we should always win in these positions, and they did. I will say, G2 did drop the ball a few times at some of these objectives as well.
Well, it was a big talking point for us where we collectively just felt like the confidence that TES was showing, and that was something coming into the series we were worried about, but I think pretty early on we did see that they were playing the way we had expected. We have seen in the tournament so far. It's also the lack of confidence and some hesitation on G2's side. I think a lot of the decision making today, we really didn't feel like it was up to par.
Yeah, I mean, I just really felt like the autocon in that final game exemplified that, because you're up gold, you're in a pretty good spot, and it doesn't feel like you should be flipping autocon in that position unless you feel like you can't win a normal game from there. And to me, that speaks about a lack of confidence from G2 and their position in the game, because we largely felt like they were doing fine in that final game.
I agree, they were doing fine, and I think if you compare it to their highest performance this year, for me, which was the finals back in Madrid, it was a cohesive unit, and I think this is about reps as much as it is about other things in the game.
Yeah, and I agree. I think it's the fact that it's the first time we've seen Skumon at an international event whatsoever. The first time we've seen LeBrob hit it to the quarterfinals, and it's about trying to find those moments where you can have the experience on an international stage. And unfortunately today, there was parts where they just couldn't quite stand up. And G2 will go and look back and say, okay, could we have done more? And I think the answer is going to be yes. But it is going to be that growth. And I think that's the thing about G2, is that they are willing to invest in a roster and run it for a long time to make sure they can actually find that success over multiple rounds.
I mean, they wanted to get out of Swiss, and they did. We have to give them credit for that, for putting up a good fight here. But a matchup we were talking about so much coming into this was Kanavi versus Skumont. And Kanavi, he came out on top despite good moments out of Skumont. He is your Oppo player of the series. Azael, you set this up beautifully before the match, and it panned out.
Yeah, I mean, I just think he is the best early game jungler in the world. He is so creative in his pathing. Even when he's playing scale scaling junglers. He's going to put pressure on you. He's going to make you worry about where he is on the map at all times. And he really executes in the team fights as well. And you could see in this final game, once he got the kills here, it just felt like he completely took over, completely ran away with it. You cannot give this guy an inch because he's going to take a mile.
And it feels like this is his meta. Not only is he incredibly strong in getting active in the lanes, but he's incredibly smart when it comes towards setting up his jungle path team. Consistently, you see throughout the series, he was getting CS leads over Skumon, despite being more active in the lanes as well. And then bringing out picks like the Nefiri. Like, this is kind of similar to his Bel'Veth that we used to see a while ago. These are the kind of carry picks that he can shine on, and we get to see it in this game.
That's a great call out, and I'm inclined to say, despite seeing some snafus maybe here and there from TES, perhaps, I like their play. I'm a little bit excited. I know it's also something we can't really say about top esports, similarly to KT. But, you know, setting up that match versus T1 or AL.
I mean, with the one exception of Hong, who had a really rough day today, and I think we should acknowledge that. Obviously, the other big member that we really wanted to talk about, we had to talk about Kanavi versus Cream, who had a monster Akali game, but more importantly, also performed against Caps on champions that weren't melee, but mages instead.
I think that's a big talking point we should probably pick up later, but for now, the winner interview goes to the victors, as it does. Iris is standing by with Jackie Love in our Verizon post-game interview with the translations provided by Wendy.
各位好，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是主持人欣然，恭喜滔博拿下了本场
Congratulations on Top
第5的胜
Esports
利，
be able to get the victory for this best of 5 and qualify to the semi-final at Worlds. And we have invited Jackie Love for this interview.
再次恭喜你，跟大家打个招呼
Congratulations
吧。
once again. Could you say hi to all the audience? Hello everyone. I'm the AD carry Jackie Love from Top Esports. Welcome once
阵边
again.
的欢呼声此刻一定是感慨
We
万
can hear
千的。
like all the
是先
cheering,
是
all the
瑞士
yelling
轮
from the
然后
fans
现在到淘汰
from
赛
Swiss
我们
stage and
成
now
功地
knockout
双杀
stage.
G2 但
You were
是
able
这一
to
次
get the
是
victory
在
against
双边
G2
五位
once
征召的
again.
BO5 当
But for
中
now
胜利
in
但
the
实际上
fairly
下来
rough
感受
getting
怎
the
样呢？
victory, how do you feel at this moment?
为这次8强赛其实也做了非常充分的准备吧。
For
然后
this
我觉得
game,
就是我们打
we
G2
have
的
been
话，
well
只要我们
prepared.
自己
So facing off against
减少失
G2,
误的话，
if we
我
just
们
made
是
less
有
mistakes
很有能力的
inside the
赢
game,
他们的。
I
然后今
believe
天
we
就
got
是也
enough
队友打得非
strengths
常
to
好，
get the
然后
victory.
今天就
And I'd like to give the credits to my teammates as well. They really performed so good. And we have seen from the Swiss stage, there's so many teammates from Top Esports. You have mentioned if you guys could reduce the mistakes inside the game, you could win any single opponent. So tell us more about the feedbacks or adjustments made by the team, and also how would you comment on the team's momentum on the forum?
因为打到现在的话，就是
So
大家
till
更有耐
now,
心的吧。
we
我觉
have
得游
been
戏
more
里面
patient
有耐
inside the
心
game.
其实
I
非常
believe
重要。
in
然
League of
后
Legends
今
in the
天
game,
也
the
也
patience
没有
is
就是因为
very
我们不管
important for the
是
team. So for
劣
today's
势或者
game,
出现失误了，大家心态也都
even
非常好。
sometimes
然后
we're
我觉
in
得
a
现在大家
disadvantage
状
or we
态
make
已
some
经
mistake, we
很
still
好，
have a
但
very
是
good
后面
mentality. So
也练好
this
准备了。
actually helps. But for the future games, we really need to prepare more. Yeah, patience is the key for this game. In game 1, you actually play around your aggression and were able to have a clean victory. But after that, G2 have some kind of G2 style draft. And in game 2, G2 played so well and were able to grab the victory. So coming into game 3, which part do you think Top Esports did better to really make a comeback? So in game 3, we were able to control some tricks from the early game.
就是poke 的话，对面没
And
有
we
很好
kind
的
of
开法，
use a
然后
very
我
good
们就
poking
是
draft.
可以站
And
住
the
位置，
opponents
对
don't
面
have a
其
really
实
so
很难打，
many
然后打到后面，
engaging
然后就
skills.
一波团战就结束
So
对面了。
to the late game, we can really use the team fights to win the game. And for that game, let's talk a little bit more about the team fight, especially for the Aatrox. The casters have mentioned something about like LPL's Aatrox like always have the flashy plays. Could you share more about that? That was a sudden team fight. We feel like it is not that easy for us to lose that team fights. So and also 369's Aatrox really performed so good.
这个怎么称呼那个？在下面那个1打5，其
And
实
for
跟
the
今天一季也差
previously,
不多。
he also have the 1v5 fights, so have like so many flashy plays with his Aatrox. And talking a little bit more about the last game, the opponent's team, they have made a blind pick on this Driven. Both of you are really good at this champion driven. So share us more about how did you manage to restrain this driven, especially for the early game. So for the last game, we definitely have a lot of pressure in terms of the bottling fights. But for us, our jungle and the top, they really performed so good and actually grabbed the tempo. And for Driven, in the early game, if this champion can't get a lot of advantage, it's not a very good champion. So I like to give credit to our top and jungler player. And I believe all the players, you guys really able to shine on stage. And also with your patience, you were able to really have a very good play. And after that, Josiah got the triple kill. Tell us more about after that triple kill, how do you feel? What's your emotion? I feel like, oh, finally we're able to qualify to the semifinals.
我相信你刚刚输的那一口气，大家也等了很久，也想为你
for this moment, there's so many fans are waiting for this, guys, waiting for this moment for you as well. And also, you have reached this milestones, 500 kills in the international tournaments. It's actually proof, like for this Jackie Love, you played so long on the stage. And let's give us a round of applause once again to Jackie Love. And also, we have remembered. Like a couple of years before, in this arena, you were able to grab the champion in LPL. So this time, qualify to the semifinals in the same arena. What kind of top esports could we expect from you guys? So we are going to maybe reduce less mistakes and try our best to make a well preparation and try to show a good performance to all of you. And once again, to top esports, to Jackie Love, thank you all. Jackie Lau, thank you once again.
Thank you so much, everybody on stage, as we are joined by Skewmont. First up, thank you so much for joining us after that series, which is a hard-fought one. I'll just ask you openly, what wasn't enough today, you feel, as a jungler?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that I wasn't like decisive enough, and I think I just got like outclassed by my opponent, to be completely honest. And yeah, I mean, just like how you cannot really afford like playing bad early games against this team, especially top esports. And yeah, like if you have a really strong early game pick like Draven, and you start falling behind with my mistake on the invade, then the game will for sure like feel really hard. And we suddenly were really able to snowball this kind of game. So I'm not really surprised. And yeah, I mean, I just played pretty poorly this game.
It is the first time that you have to go up in such a high-stakes match against a jungler like Kanavi as well, and I'm sure people are able to give you grace for that. Do you feel like it was out of the ordinary that you guys couldn't sometimes rebound or sometimes make the right decision? Because I feel like when you played your best in EU, but also here versus BLG, you didn't let one mistake deter you, and here it seems like you couldn't recover as well?
I think for the last game, yeah, I agree. I think the other games, the drafts were a bit hard to play, in my opinion. But yeah, for the last game, I was just not really able to find like openings to get back into the game, like individually. So I was really trying to focus on how to make my teammates shine red. But even for that, I think I was doing some mistakes tempo-wise, and I wasn't really able to be there at the right time. So yeah, I think yeah, I wasn't really able to bounce back from this.
I understand that you kind of blame yourself in these situations, but it's always a team game, and I do want to look at the entire year. Your arrival into G2 was a pressured one, right? Having to get these successes that you have been brought in for. When you look across everything you've been able to do, including winning the championship, including getting G2 out of the Swiss stage for the first time ever, do you have any words on that?
Yeah, obviously, like really happy and proud of this year, as you mentioned. But yeah, like it's, I mean, still have a pretty sad feeling.
Yeah.
Because I truly believe that we could have made it further. And yeah, I mean, it feels like 10 times worse because yeah, I really think I played really poorly today. So yeah, but yeah, I'm for sure like really happy that at least we made it out of Swiss this time around. And yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna let you go because I see, of course, that this isn't the easiest moment for you. So thank you so much for sharing through for us. As we're gonna let you go and take a look at the bracket because everything has fallen in its place in terms of where we're getting in the semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, Top Esports able to get we'll be waiting now to see what's going to happen between Anyone's Legend and T1 tomorrow. But Gen G versus KT, a rematch. that we saw a couple of times, Chronicler, I feel like, in your home region. Just once or twice, you know?
Yeah. Thank you, Legend Group, for that one. And the best part about that is that obviously there was the one time that KT won, but that one time is enough to give us hope for the funniest thing ever to happen. And then tomorrow is another match that I think is insanely hard to call for kind of the same reasons. Because I think TES today showed the gameplay that we were expecting.
I wonder if there's a world in which AL feels a little bit more comfortable because TES held up their side of the bargain, right? And on the other hand, you're up versus T1, and you need to settle that account for all of the LPL for all of those years, and I just think that's such a cool setup for a match.
Yeah, but it's going to be heartbreaking if the LPL side of the bracket ends up having T1 just start to run that gauntlet once again. Yeah.
Do you believe in it?
I don't know. I think T1 have looked a little bit shakier coming into this, but again, we haven't seen...
Dagda, come on. Be real now. I'm with you.
Yeah.
They've looked real shaky. That's okay. We can acknowledge it.
But that's their trap card.
That's what I mean.
That's worse,
where I never know what to expect. Sometimes they just pull it out of the bag, but I actually like looking at top esports. Like, top esports feel like they're looking at what is available to them and trying to morph the meta into their stuff. Like, when you look at Cream with the Akali, you're looking at the Neferi for Kanavi and stuff like that. Like, that's where I think it becomes really cool, where when I see T1 as their strengths is, we kind of mold that meta to our own styles as well. So it nearly feels like for T1 to get to that point, we're going to have this like clash of how an LPL team looks at the game versus how T1 and LCK kind of does as well.
I love how the storylines are kind of evolving. Unfortunately give me my cable. Unfortunately for the side of G2, right, it would have maybe been a dream run, but it is enough. But that now unlocks a possible LPL versus LPL matchup, or T1 doing the same thing they have done to come out against maybe a Gen G in the final. I think it's all dishy. For China, though, and for the fans here, I would really love to see an LCK LPL final.
Yeah.
And that will be locked in if they all win tomorrow, right? If they can do what no LPL team at Worlds, very clear, because obviously them aside, they've done it countless times. I don't know the number from the top of my head because too many examples to count. But when it comes to Worlds, it just hasn't happened yet. We've even already, funnily enough, seen T1 win a best of 5 against LPL this tournament.
Yes.
Because that's how we started.
Yeah, it's true. IG 07. But hey, Jackie Love is still here, and maybe he makes a run for the final and he can give himself another chance. We will sign off. That's 4 quarterfinals already under our belts, but we'll see you tomorrow for T1 versus AL. What a matchup. Can the LPL survive that encounter with T1? We're just going to be doing T1 things. We'll be back tomorrow. That is at 3 p.m. or at 8 a.m. CET or at midnight PDT. And 3 p.m. is for local time, of course. Thank you so much for watching, and good night.
And so much pressure on both of these teams. It's been so long since Europe has been back here. And for Top Esports, it is even more pressure on their shoulders to do well here in China at Worlds.
TES won the fight, double redemption, but they're grouping for the Cyclone. Crescent Guard denies it for a brief moment, but all of G2 have to run because once again, it is 3-6-9 and Cream back to back. The triple kill for the Akali. G2 are helpless in the face of this Top Esports dive.
He's rolling all 9s today. This Ambessa is insane.
TES take down Caps, take down G2, strike revenge for MSI, and move on to the semifinals.
sinking to the ground. I am buried, but I'm still